Chapter 119 Business for Sienna. Chapter 119 Business for Sienna. From afar, Zhao saw a few police carry a corpse out from a house surrounded by police tape. Zhao also saw a few familiar faces. The police seemed to be led by Melson again. Melson also noticed Zhao and walked towards him. "Chen, how come you're here? Do you know Leon?" "Hi, Melson, I live in Mountain Town. Leon is the patrolman here. Do you want to sit down and have a drink with us?" "I'm still working. Police can't drink during working hours," Melson said with a serious tone as he glanced at Leonardo. Leonardo felt really awkward. Melson suddenly laughed and patted Leonardo's shoulder. "Leon, I was just joking. Give me a glass." The atmosphere became much more relaxed. Melson was rather unreserved. After getting a glass, he downed the alcohol one mouthful. "Amazing! The corpse has been in the room for over 10 days before it's discovered. It really stinks. Hey, stop talking about it, or we wouldn't be able to eat anything on this table anymore." "Mr. Melson, did that person commit suicide?" Leonardo asked curiously. "No. Although we haven't found any key evidence, I believe in my own deduction. That fugitive committed a very serious crime. This kind of person is very strong mentally. How could he quietly kill himself in a house he's rented?" Melson glanced at Zhao. "Chen, you look unwell. Don't tell me you're involved in this case." Zhao rolled his eyes. "I'm just surprised by the crime rate here. I've only been here for 3 months and so many crimes have happened around me. I can't imagine the same thing happening in China. Is the crime rate in China very low? At least I haven't experienced any homicide cases around me, and also nobody's ever pointed a gun at my head." "Someone pointed a gun at your head? Is it that female killer? By the way, did that female killer find you at all after the incident?" "No." Zhao shook his head. "You better be careful. That female killer is a criminal wanted by Interpol. Her file is thick enough to make a textbook. But if I meet her, I don't think I can do anything. Hope that you can arrest her as soon as possible." Zhao felt someone stare from the distance. He lifted his head and saw a woman near the police tape looking at him. Zhao recalled that woman as Gina, a forensic doctor. Zhao felt very uncomfortable being stared at by the woman. The first time they met, she seemed to be particularly interested in that female killer. He had no idea what their relationship was. "Is Jerlin not here today? Haven't you been contacting with her?" Melson glanced at Zhao. We normally wouldn't ask about each other's work," Zhao replied, slightly embarrassed. Zhao had been busy the last 2 days. He had to work from morning to night, and perhaps even at night. "Jerlin went to San Francisco." "Huh! Why did she go there?" "She was moved there from the police station in San Francisco. Now there's an old case she's handled before, so she has to go back and help in the investigation," Melson answered. "How long will she be there?" "I'm not sure. Maybe a month. David, drive me to Ronan Park. Also, help me to carry these stuff onto the car." Since David consumed the strength potion, he had been becoming stronger and stronger. The 2 boxes before him felt just like 2 small bags. "Sienna, why are you going to Ronan Park?" "Work," Sienna replied. "Work? Did someone ask you for exorcism? Do you need my help? Or should we contact Chen?" Sienna rolled her eyes. "Please, I'm going there to set up a booth. Also, while I may not be as powerful as Chen, I'm still a professional spiritualist. I can handle most situations by myself." "Huh! Booth?" David was stunned. This was entirely different from the high-class spiritualists he had always imagined. A proper spiritualist was actually going to set up a booth in a remote park. After driving Sienna to Ronan Park, David helped her to build a small tent and ready the booth. "Do you still need anything else? If not, I'll go to the station." "Nope. You can leave now. A policeman standing beside me will really affect my business." There were very few people in the park in the morning. Sienna sat down under the tent, waiting for a customer. Sienna shifted her booth every once a while. She could not stay in a crowded place, because it might cause her some trouble. Just then, a lady walked towards her. Seeing the lady, Sienna was energized at once. "Today's my lucky day. There's already a customer." The lady looked somewhat weak and pallid. The dark circles below her eyes were particularly serious. "Are you a spiritualist?" The lady looked at the various items on the table, some of which she had never seen before. There was also an obvious crystal ball with a sign at the side. Spiritology, exorcism, divination. "Yes, Ms., how may I help you? Can you exorcise demons?" the lady suddenly asked softly. Demons? There's no demons in the world. Anyway, Sienna had never seen a demon, or so she thought. Sienna looked at the lady and then nodded. "Of course." The lady placed a mirror on the table. "The demon's right inside. Help me to exorcise the demon in the mirror." Sienna picked the mirror up and inspected it carefully, but she did not find anything strange. Nonetheless, there was no reason for her to reject the customer. In fact, most people who wanted exorcism were only hysterical. The lady before her was clearly also suffering from hysteria. Of course, Sienna was not really concerned about such things. The only real thing was the money she was about to get, so she said, $100. The lady took out bits and pieces of money from her pocket. She counted $100 and piled them before Sienna. "Here you are. Please help me to exorcise the demon now." "Of course." Taking out her magical phosphor, Sienna sprinkled it onto the mirror and chanted, "O evil existence, in the name of Satan, I command you to show your true form." Boom! A colorful flame burst out from the magical phosphor. At the same time, there was a glimpse of an illusory figure before it disappeared. This was Sienna's old trick. She would often ask Yberg to hide beside the magical phosphor. When the phosphor ignited, Yberg would show up momentarily. This visual effect would make her customer believe in her more. "Demon, prepare to die!" With all her might, Sienna stabbed her implement onto the mirror. Following a clear crack, the mirror started to break apart. Chapter 120 Mysterious Paranormal Activity. Chapter 120 Mysterious Paranormal Activity. If she was going to act, she should do it all the way. Sienna destroyed the mirror before the woman. At the same time, the remaining magic phosphor on the mirror exploded again. Inside the mirror, they could see many screaming shadows disappear. Sienna sprawled onto the table as if out of energy. Her forehead had beads of sweat, and she panted for breath. Such a strong demon. Thankfully, it's daytime. "Miss, the demon on here has been exorcised." As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Sienna had practiced her act thousands of times. She could get an Oscar by now. The woman nodded and finally smiled. "Am I free?" "Yes, you are free now. The demon won't disturb you anymore." The woman walked away with a satisfied smile. Sienna smiled too. Many times, treating people with dissociative disorders didn't mean healing her mind. Instead, one only had to follow her train of thought and end the things she was imagining. Then she would go back to normal. Sienna wasn't a therapist, but she'd many of these cases before, and she was used to it. She looked up but saw that the woman had suddenly climbed onto the stone fence in the front. Shocked, Sienna hurried over. "Miss, what are you doing? Get down here!" The park was built on the side of a cliff, and the cliff, around 30 feet tall, was right behind the fence. There were jagged rocks and angry waves below. If you jumped down, you really could die. The woman stood on the fence and turned to look at Sienna with a gentle smile. "I'm free." Sienna's expression changed drastically. "Miss, you're already free. Why do you still want to?" "I will return to God's embrace, no longer controlled by the demon. I no longer have fear, no longer have terror. I no longer need to hide in the shadowy corners." "Miss, suicide is a sin. You won't go to heaven." "No, he said that if I break free from the demon, I'll be able to return to God's embrace. He won't lie to me." "Who's he?" "Who said that?" "He won't lie to me." He won't lie to me. Miss, I don't know who you're talking about, but suicide is an unforgivable sin. You'll definitely go to hell. Do you want to tell me who you're talking about? I'll go ask him and then you can decide if you want to jump down. The woman hesitated. Seeing this, Sienna immediately added, Spiritualists all know each other. Maybe I know who you're talking about. Sienna felt that the woman had been tricked by a spiritualist without good intentions or a liar. He's not a spiritualist, but he only appears at night. Appears at night? Sienna frowned. Who is he? My ex. He's working now? No, he's dead. He died not too long ago. Sienna's eye twitched. She didn't know if the woman's delusions were acting up or if she really was involved with an evil spirit. Can you tell me more details? Come down first. The woman hesitated, but she still jumped down from the fence. Sienna quickly went over and steadied her. Then the woman suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Oh my God, what's wrong with me? How could I be so impulsive? She started hitting her head and feeling aftershock. Let's go sit over there. The woman followed Sienna and sat down. Sienna kept observing her. She had to be sure if this woman had a mental disorder or was really affected by an evil spirit. If she had a mental disorder, Sienna would call the cops. If she was affected by an evil spirit, then Sienna could watch without doing anything. My ex is called Nance. After we moved, he started getting weird. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore and broke up with him. The next day, he committed suicide. Sienna frowned and the woman furrowed her brows. When I was cleaning up his belongings, I found that mirror. That night, Nance appeared before me. He told me that a demon was hidden in the mirror. I had to find a way to destroy it. Otherwise, the demon would eat my soul. Nance told you to commit suicide? Sienna glanced back at the shattered mirror on her table. He said that the demon can't be killed and the mirror will recover. I can only escape from the demon completely by killing myself before the mirror recovers. The more Sienna heard, the weirder it became. Where did the mirror come from? The former owner of our new home left it behind. Where's the former owner? I heard he had an accident. Miss, you said that the mirror will recover? Yes, I've tried many ways. I even shattered it with my own hands, but it would always reappear before me. Sienna was sure that it wasn't the mirror. At least, she didn't feel anything strange about the mirror. The mirror looked quite old, but it seemed to be just an ordinary mirror with a wooden frame. However, Sienna couldn't make any conclusions. She had to see the so-called X right now. If this X really did exist. Sienna wasn't a rookie. She actually had a very rich experience, but she never heard of such a complicated problem. Oh, we've already talked for so long, but I don't know your name. Chris Ackerman. I'm Sienna Yberg. Sienna had been observing Chris all this time. She was mostly sure that Chris was affected by an evil spirit. However, Chris was very calm right now. She wasn't excited after getting off of the fence. Evil spirits had different abilities. Some could affect the victim's mind. The victim would often do crazy things, such as committing suicide under the spirit's control. Sienna wasn't sure if Chris was lied to and thus made the wrong judgment, or if she was already controlled by the evil spirit. However, after this conversation, Sienna was sure that Chris was quite clear-headed, at least she was now. The evil spirit's influence may vary at times, making her suddenly have the impulse and then disappear before growing stronger at night. After days and days of this, the victim could gradually break down and finally commit suicide in misery. This was what evil spirits often did, unless they were the super frightening spirits. Those could possess someone and control them directly. Ordinary evil spirits had to use accumulated mental torture to hurt someone. Chapter 121 First Lesson, Get Beaten. Chapter 121, First Lesson, Get Beaten. Where do you live now? I've been hiding in a church. I don't even dare to leave the church these days. Sienna shook her head. She did not think that the people in the church knew how to exorcise evil spirits. If the church had any holy relics, perhaps it could help Chris. However, if the church was ordinary, it would not be useless for her, no matter how lavishly designed it was. Do you want to live at my place for the time being? You need to pay, though. How much is it? That depends on how long you're staying. 200 for a week. What do you say? That's expensive. If I stay in a hostel, it's at most 20 every day. Chris was not rich either. After all, she was jobless at the moment. $150 then. My house is much better than a hostel. How about my problem? Another $100. I'll definitely settle all your problems. At least I can guarantee your safety. Did Nance become an evil spirit? Has he been lying to me? Chris's tone was filled with sorrow. She had totally woken up by now. Only after experiencing despair would one feel fear. She did not even dare to imagine how desperate she had been just now. Perhaps. Does your ex-boyfriend appear at night? Sienna patted Chris's leg. Most of the time. Can you really exorcise evil spirits? Are you really a spiritualist? Different from her hysterical state just now, Chris was extremely clear-headed at the moment. She even began to doubt Sienna. I'm a professional. Professional? By setting a booth here? Who told you that a professional spiritualist can have a booth? Those orating spiritualists on the media are the real fake ones. I'll only give you the money after you settle my problem. Pay me half first. I can give you at most another $50 now. The rest after you help you. Having lost her job, Chris was poor as well. 100. I'm providing you accommodation and food. You have to pay me the rent first. Fine, 100. The rest after everything is finished. After discussion, the two finally reached a consensus. Sienna was a witch, but a very poor one. Sienna called David. David, are you busy now? Yes. What is it? I have a friend, a beautiful, female friend. She wants to stay with us for a few days. Are you okay with that? Of course. As long as she wants. David seemed to be elated. Sienna clenched her fist in excitement. After she hung up, she realized Chris's face darkening. You're staying with your boyfriend? No, just an ordinary friend. It's his house. I'm just renting a room temporarily. Sienna answered. In fact, it should be borrow instead of rent. She did not have to pay any rent. Anyway, she did not have enough money to pay. As for using David's house to earn money, she was too poor to care about her dignity at the moment. Moreover, David was more than willing to let Chris move in. Ordinary friend? Is it safe? Chris did not really trust a man's conduct. That time, Nance and she were roommates as well. Nance had promised not to touch her at the beginning. However, one day when she was drunk, Nance slept with her. In her eyes, all men were the same. David's a policeman, and a coward. It was Zhao's first boxing lesson. There were two muscular men behind Gaia who were just as heavily built as herself. Gaia waved her hand and the two men threw the protective gear they were holding onto the floor. Wear it. Do I always have to wear protective gear in boxing lessons? Zhao asked. Gaia shook her head. Only the first lesson. As Zhao wore the gear, he asked. Why the first lesson? The two muscular men had already put on their boxing gloves. Gaia glanced at the two men, and then looked at Zhao again. First lesson. Do I fight against them? Zhao asked. No. First lesson is physical resistance training. What? To put it simply, you'll get beaten. I want my money back. Zhao was immediately enraged. He had spent the money to learn how to beat others, not how to get beaten. With a smile on her face, Gaia stared at Zhao. Zhao could only ask for less. Never mind the money. I'm not learning anymore. All right, stop complaining. They're both professional and will know what's appropriate, Gaia said with a serious tone. What are they professional in again? Beating people up. After joking, Gaia became professional again. Chen Zhao adjusted his protective gear and the two muscular men also stood before him with their gloves ready. Chen Zhao, when you face one or more opponents, you need to make a judgment, attack or defend. If you decide to defend, you need physical resistance, as well as defensive skills. Now, Atai and Johnny will be your enemies. Can I fight back? No, Gaia answered without mercy. Smack! Atai hit his gloves together, producing a deep sound. Young man, use your hands to protect your head. I don't want to kill you, Atai reminded. Shit, I want to go home. Everyone would be scared when cornered by two muscular men. However, when Atai's fist hit Chen Zhao's head, he only trembled slightly. It was not as painful as he had thought. Just then, Atai's second punch arrived. Chen Zhao was prepared for the first punch. However, because he was momentarily distracted, the second punch hit his ear. Chen Zhao staggered and sat on the floor. Frowning, Gaia made a hand signal at Atai. Atai removed his gloves and helped Chen Zhao to get up. Kid, are you still alright? Yes, I'm fine. What number is this? It's your middle finger. Fuck, let's continue. To be honest, Atai's punch was much less powerful than Gaia's. Chen Zhao managed to easily defend himself. Soon, Johnny joined Atai's team. Johnny's attack was even slightly weaker than Atai. Chen Zhao started to estimate his physical resistance. Even though he was jointly attacked by two people, as long they did not hit his weak points directly, he would not get injured. There would at most be a bruise. Fuck, I'm already tired. Kid, are you not tired at all? Nope, let's continue. Atai, come and rest. I'll go. I'm tired. I need rest. Realizing that Gaia was about to join, Chen Zhao admitted defeat at once. If this female T-Rex was serious, he might actually die. Chapter 122 Summoned to Hell Again. Chapter 122 Summoned to Hell Again. When Chen Zhao left the gym, it was already noon. Just like Gaia's charge, her classes were all high quality. At least, Chen Zhao didn't only get beaten up during this lesson. Gaia taught Chen Zhao how to use his body to block attacks from the outside world. People with better fitness weren't necessarily better at taking hits. One had to practice the ability to take hits. It was like the difference between a bodybuilder and boxer. The boxer might not be as muscular as the bodybuilder, but the boxer could definitely knock him out. In boxing, the body accounted for 70%, while technique was 30%. In a fight, if the opponent couldn't hurt you, then you had a lot more choices for hitting them. After finding a random restaurant to eat lunch, Chen Zhao went to Rutherford's home. Rutherford was recovering quite nicely. He always cooperated with Chen Zhao's treatment. He was an athlete. For ordinary people, a doctor only had to check every few days and it was enough. An athlete had to be checked every day, recording the entire recovery process and numbers. According to Rutherford's current condition, he would be able to do some therapy exercises in around 5 days. Chen Zhao also called Board to tell him to get ready. On the way back, Chen Zhao called Jerlin. She was in San Francisco now and didn't know when she could come back. The case seemed to be a bit complicated. After hanging up, Chen Zhao returned to town. It was only noon, so Chen Zhao and Blackie went to the so-called Gates of Hell. Blackie, how much farther? A's temperature had dropped drastically, but Chen Zhao still felt hot and stuffy while walking through the forest. It was quite tiring. With our current speed, it'll take another half hour, Blackie said. You have to climb this mountain. Blackie floated around Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao really envied this way of moving, but sadly, humans would never be able to fly without the help of machinery. Half an hour later, Chen Zhao could see a huge bottomless pit in the middle of the mountain. It was more than 100 feet wide and the hole was deep and dark. This is the Gates of Hell, Blackie said, floating above the pit. This is it? It looks like a normal pit, Chen Zhao said, unconvinced. There were some plants around the pit. Deeper in, there was moss. Chen Zhao couldn't see anything special about it. If I jump down, will I go straight to hell? He asked. Normal people will just die if they jump down, but you can try. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. He couldn't see the bottom of the pit, but it was at least a few dozen feet deep. Even a man made of steel would break apart after falling into it. He didn't plan on proving how special he was by jumping down. Plus, it wasn't very meaningful even if he could go straight to hell. He could go to hell without these gates. There was no need to take this risk. It seems that someone is making sacrifices here, Blackie said doubtfully while looking at the ditch. The first time I was here, only a small portion was activated. Now half of it is activated. You can see that? How come I can't see anything? It's not by looking. It's a feeling. The aura of hell is seeping from the pit. This means that it's opening. Chen Zhao didn't really mind this. Last time, Blackie had said that even if a human summoned a demon, only lower-level demons could come. They couldn't even get subordinates of the seven sins like Beelzebub or Raymond. So it had very limited danger. After circling it, Chen Zhao decided to leave. It wasn't very fun at all. Chen Zhao even regretted climbing the mountain for so long to come see the gates of hell. At home, Chen Zhao took a shower, washing away all the dirt and fatigue from his body. Then he went to the basement to study demon magic again. Blackie was interested in it too, so they studied together. Right then, Chen Zhao suddenly felt something familiar. Chen Zhao, what's wrong? Blackie looked at him in confusion. Chen Zhao was slowly disappearing. Is it some magical effect? No, I think someone in hell is summoning me again. Was it Beelzebub? How come he summoned him without any warning? But when Chen Zhao reached hell, he was somewhere unfamiliar. There was a black castle connected to a mountain. Black clouds shrouded the sky. Eerie cries sounded in the dark mass above the castle. Chen Zhao looked down. There was a complicated magic array. It wasn't Beelzebub? He looked up and saw Beelzebub standing there in his true form. However, there was an even taller and bigger demon beside him. Beelzebub's true form was around 16 feet tall, but the demon beside him was like a mountain of flesh. His lower body was like a fat insect. A total of 8 legs stretched out from either side of his abdomen. His upper body was upright. Asymmetrical scales covered his dark skin and there were complex red lines on his stomach. He had 3 pairs of stocky arms but no neck. There was a triangular head on top of the shoulders. He had a huge mouth but no teeth. His mouth was filled with red light. There was an oddly shaped horn, even bigger than his head, wearing a metal ring as an accessory. His deep and black eyes had no pupils. It was like a black hole. One wouldn't dare to meet his eyes. This demon emanated a terrifying aura. Chen Zhao didn't know what an aura was, but he could genuinely feel the horror of hell. Human. Living being. The demon uttered with heavy and deep syllables. Beelzebub, who is he? Beelzebub walked over and stood between the unfamiliar demon and Chen Zhao. Human, this is Lord Beelzebub Sophie. He's a subordinate like you? Yes. We're from the same family. Living being, I didn't mean to offend you, Beelzebub Sophie said. I summoned you here to ask for help. Help? Lord Sophie, how can I help you? Chen Zhao didn't know Beelzebub Sophie, so he didn't dare treat him casually like he did Beelzebub. This demon lord didn't seem easy to talk to either. Chen Zhao wasn't sure why the demon had summoned him to hell. Chapter 123 Chen Zhao's First Delivery. Chapter 123 Chen Zhao's First Delivery. My wife's having a difficult birth. I heard from Vito that you're a doctor. You can save my wife. Chen Zhao really wanted to say that he was not an obstetrician. At least he had never delivered a baby before. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao knew most things about baby delivery. Therefore, he did not mind helping a lady to deliver her baby, even if she was a demon. However, Chen Zhao was unsure if there was a difference between human delivery and demon delivery. I need to see your wife first before I decide whether I can help her, Chen Zhao said. Follow me. Beelzebub Sophie lifted his limbs and dragged his body towards the castle. Beelzebub Sophie brought Chen Zhao into a huge room the size of a soccer field. The room had a dome and no furniture at all. The ground was filled with complicated markings which Chen Zhao guessed to be magic markings. There was also a red-skinned female demon. She was at least 3 meters tall, and had a few bony spikes on her back. At the moment, she was lying at the center of the room. Her limbs were chained and she kept moaning in pain. Chen Zhao could clearly see something wiggling constantly in her bloated abdomen. "Damn, dirty, little bastard, you really want to kill your mom." The female demon kept cursing the baby in her body. Noticing Chen Zhao and Sophie, the female demon shouted, "Sophie, did you bring me food? I have no appetite. I need to get the little bastard out from my belly first. If he still refuses to come out, I'll open my own belly and choke him to death." The female demon had a really bad temper. As she spoke, a fire pillar suddenly shot from her mouth. Chen Zhao felt the temperature around him increase immediately. With her hands on the floor, the female demon stuck her fingers into the floor and then broke the floor apart. "My wife has the bloodline of the evil dragon, so her temper is really bad," Sophie explained, looking at Chen Zhao. "Why are you explaining this to a petty soul? Quickly come and help me. Give my belly a few punches. This little bastard's growing too fast. I really hope that you can kill him." "Hi, madam. I'm a delivery doctor. I'm here to help you deliver." The female demon was stunned. "You're alive?" "Yes, I am. Your husband summoned me here from the human world to help you. Be quick then. I've already had enough. I swear that I will never have another child." Sophie looked at Chen Zhao. "Can you help her?" Chen Zhao was unsure either. "I can try." "Then go." Chen Zhao walked to the back of the female demon and observed her lower body. Then, he turned his head and looked at Sophie. "Later, I need to touch your wife's genitals. Quick, I can't take it anymore." The female demon completely ignored Sophie. Perhaps demons did not even care about these things. Doctors would not care either, since touching the genital was unavoidable, especially for baby delivery. Obstetricians might even put their hands in and massage the walls to help the mother widen the opening. Of course, the female demon's genital was significantly larger than that of a human, and also contracted at a faster pace. After wearing gloves, Chen Zhao put his hand in. He needed to confirm the fetus's position and posture. However, just after he put his hand in, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if his hand was bitten by something. Chen Zhao wanted to withdraw his hand, but the thing bit his hand tightly. On the other hand, the female demon seemed to be much more relaxed. The fetus finally stopped moving. However, it was only because poor Chen Zhao had sacrificed his own hand. Chen Zhao pulled his hand out with all his strength. Finally, the head of the fetus passed through the opening. He could even see the little demon biting his hand tightly. WTF. It was really too dangerous to deliver a demon. Chen Zhao could not do anything but continue to pull the little demon out despite the pain. After the fetus's head was out, the rest would be much simpler. "Madam, be ready. I'll use more force now. Quick!" Splash! With a strong pull, Chen Zhao managed to pull the baby out. Then, a large amount of amniotic fluid spurted out, wetting Chen Zhao completely. He felt intensely disgusted. However, he could not care about the foul stuff on his body at the moment. Instead, he looked at the little demon who was still holding on to his hand. The little demon was not like the demonic beasts in Beelzebub's house. He was already in the form of a demon, and he seemed to have inherited his mother's red-colored skin. The female demon's belly had already deflated. Chen Zhao lifted his arm and looked at the little demon hanging on it. Madam, do you want to hug your child? Abitos, let him go, or I'll stuff you back into my womb." The female demon roared at the newborn baby. Chen Zhao was speechless. "Madam, he's just been born. How can he understand you?" However, the next moment, the newborn demon Abitos actually let go of Chen Zhao's hand. He fell onto the ground and then climbed to the female demon. The female demon started licking the amniotic fluid off Abitos' body with her tongue, Chen Zhao opened his mouth slightly, not because he was disgusted by the female demon's action. After all, she was a demon and had her own habits. It was because his hand was still in blood and felt really painful. Luckily, his hand was still intact, and he could still move all the joints. Being able to feel pain meant that his hand was not completely destroyed. Chen Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. "Human, come here." The female demon placed her kid near her chest, allowing him to lie and suck on her breasts. Then, she waved her hand at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao approached her. The female demon straightened her upper body and then placed her hands around Chen Zhao's head. Chen Zhao was really scared that the female demon would suddenly close her hands and crush his head. However, he was clearly worried for nothing. The female demon had no bad intentions. Instead, she lowered her head and kissed Chen Zhao's forehead. "The living, please accept the blessing of the fire dragon from the peak of Blackrock Mountain." Sophie also walked up to Chen Zhao. Before his enormous body, Chen Zhao looked as small as a cat. "The living, henceforth you can do whatever you want in my territory." Do whatever I want? Do you demons always use such arrogant words? Do you need anything else? No. Thank you for your generosity. If you have nothing else, I'll be going back first. Chen Zhao wanted to leave hell as soon as possible so that he could treat his own hand. "You need to stay here for one full day, I'm afraid." "Huh! Give me your hand." Sophie bent down and grabbed Chen Zhao's injured hand with his own. Chen Zhao thought that Sophie was going to heal his wound with a demonic spell, but he was clearly wrong. Sophie made another cut on Chen Zhao's palm with his sharp nail. What are you doing? Don't resist." Sophie made a wound on his fingertip with his nail. A drop of his blood dripped onto Chen Zhao's wound. Chen Zhao withdrew his hand at once. He felt that something was entering into his wound. Chapter 124 One-Day Tour of Obsidian City. Chapter 124 One-Day Tour of Obsidian City. Chen Zhao rubbed his hands. Did some mutant parasite thing latch onto him? He started thinking about scenes from alien movies. Sophie didn't explain to him either. "If you want to go back to the human world, you'll need another day. Before this, you can stay in my castle or walk around the city." Sophie snapped his fingers and a floating female spirit appeared beside Chen Zhao. "Jessica, help me take care of my guest. You can swallow whatever demon offends him." The female spirit was pretty, but unfortunately, she only had her upper body. She didn't have a lower body. She wore a light white veil and her hair floated slowly as if she was in water. Chen Zhao followed the female spirit named Jessica and studied her. "Jessica, were you a human before?" "No, I'm a banshee, a demon. I'm Lady Kalicia's servant." She was probably the most human-like demon that Chen Zhao had met. That was why Chen Zhao thought she was a human spirit. Chen Zhao reached out to touch her, but his hand touched Jessica. There was a very slight feeling. It wasn't obvious though, and more like touching some kind of vapor. If he did it without meaning to, he could completely miss the feeling. "Respected living being, would you like to tour Obsidian City? Will I be in danger? Please do not worry. You are the Lord's respected guest and also a living being. No one can offend you. Plus, I will be by your side at all times. Then let's go see." Jessica took Chen Zhao to the highest point of the castle. There was a platform with a dozen two-legged dragons. These dragons were huge, all about 65 feet tall like huge helicopters. They all had a saddle on their backs, clearly for people to sit on. However, they were way too big for Chen Zhao. "These are Lady Kalicia's kin. They were part of the dowry, like me. Now, they are the mounts for the Lord and Lady Kalicia. Of course, you're the most respected guest of Obsidian City, so you're also qualified to ride a two-legged dragon." With that, Jessica let out a shrill scream. A group of small demons half the height of Chen Zhao slipped out of the cave beside him. They quickly grouped before Jessica and uttered some things that Chen Zhao couldn't understand. "Go prepare a saddle for the respected lord." "Are they demons too?" Chen Zhao pointed at them curiously. They're inferior demons responsible for miscellaneous chores. These inferior demons moved quickly, climbing up and down a dragon to change the saddle and seat. In a few minutes, it had changed to a fancy wooden chair. It looked like a wide carriage with a hood. Zhao climbed onto the dragon and sat in the chair. It was quite comfortable. Who will drive it? Jessica started talking to the respectfully grouped demons. The inferior demons started arguing, even fighting and biting each other. Finally, a dirt yellow demon jumped onto the dragon's back. The other demons made angry noises. The dirt yellow demon pulled the reins and the dragon soared into the air. Other than the shock in the beginning that was uncomfortable to Zhao, it became a lot steadier after that. Is being a coachman this competitive too? They're too weak. If they're not given a job, they'll think that they're worthless and insecure. That's why they'll fight for any chance to work. They may even kill their competitors for this chance. Jessica was still floating around Zhao while explaining about the inferior demons. Basically, they were like the cows of hell. They ate grass and produced milk. When needed, they would even be used as food. They were also the most loyal dogs, and their value was displayed in many aspects, not just in hard work. If they became loyal to someone, they would do anything for the person. They may risk their lives. They could even turn themselves into suicidal bombs. If there were enough of them, they could act as cannon fodder. Plus, they had some intelligence. If they lived in the human world instead of hell, they would definitely be more like than dogs and cats. They weren't very ugly or scary looking either. If you got used to their appearance, you'd even think that they were cute. Living Lord, if you have the need, I can gift you some inferior demon children. Inferior demon babies? Yes. Mature inferior demons already have someone they're loyal to, so they won't change it. The children don't have one yet, so they will become your most loyal servants. Can you do that? Zhao really was tempted. If he could raise some inferior demons, he could put them in Blackie's home. They could help him do chores or bring him food and water when he and Blackie did experiments in the future. Of course. How long are their lifespans? Around 3 years, but I can choose some who are close to adulthood for you. This way, you don't have to worry about raising them for too long. How many can you give me? As many as you want. Inferior demons are the least valuable. Many are actually freed each year. Do they have high fertility rates? Zhao was worried that if he introduced the inferior demons into the human world, they would cause a species explosion. That would be kind of troublesome. Indeed, but I can just choose one sex, all male or female. That way, you don't have to worry about them reproducing too often. A while later, the dragon was above Obsidian City. After circling in the air, the inferior demons steered the dragon to land on the ground. There were all types of demons in Obsidian City. There were some that even Jessica didn't know the names of. The city was quite lively. It seemed that Sophie governed this place very well. Oh, Jessica, I want to buy some plants from hell. Where can I buy it from? Plants from hell? There probably aren't any merchants who sell it specifically, but you can go to Amro Market. There are many merchants there. Maybe someone brought some special plants. You can check. Jessica brought Zhao to Amro Market, but it was covered in fog. He couldn't see anything. Living Lord, you must use the demon vision to look. Otherwise, you won't see anything. What's the demon vision? You can't do it? It's a low-level demonic spell. Zhao hadn't even heard of it before, let alone know how to do it. The low-level demon magic book he'd bought from Raz didn't have any records of demonic spells. I'll prepare a spell scroll of the demon vision for you, Jessica said caringly. Thank you. Zhao accepted quickly. But what do we do now if I can't even see the Amro Market? It's okay. I can lend you my eyes for now. Zhao was confused. Eyes could be lent? What kind of crazy technology was this? Or rather, crazy magic? It's a talent that banshees have. We can lend any of our organs to others. This is too amazing. So if someone's missing a heart, can you lend your heart to them too? Banshees do not have hearts. Is your talent troublesome? No, it's very easy. Watch. Jessica just dug out one of her eyes and handed it to Zhao. He was speechless. Chapter 125 Hell of a Shopping Trip. Chapter 125 Hell of a Shopping Trip. Following Jessica's instructions, Zhao stuffed her eyeball into his eye. Immediately, he could see more things. Although he had inserted an eyeball, he did not feel any discomfort at all. It was more like wearing a pair of night vision goggles. He felt nothing special. Zhao discovered the bustling market hidden in the fog. Of course, the place was also filled with chaos. Some of the demon merchants were enormous and occupied a large amount of space, while others were small and naturally bullied. Demons walked around the various stalls, looking for the items they wanted. Suddenly, a huge demon approached Zhao. It was a 4-meter-tall green-skinned demon. He had no head, for thick and muscular limbs, and a mouth on his belly. At the moment, the demon was trying to grab Zhao with his claws. Zhao lifted his head and stared at the green demon in astonishment. Food, delicious food. I'm food? This demon's going to eat me? Before Zhao could react, Jessica had already attacked. She spouted a cloud of frosty gas from her mouth which immediately engulfed the green demon. The green-skinned demon was completely frozen before he could even touch Zhao. Then, Jessica gently pointed at the demon with her finger. The huge demon fell backwards onto the ground and broke into many pieces. There was some disturbance among the demons around them, but they all seemed to be used to such scenes. A large number of demons would gather here every day. They had already seen all kinds of chaos. Jessica, is your power frost? No, I just cast soul freeze. How dare an inferior big mouth offend you? I've already destroyed his soul completely. Realizing that Jessica was protecting Zhao, the demons which were originally ready to make their move could only give up their plan. They did not dare to challenge a powerful banshee, especially when she was the servant of a big lord. A few demons around them secretly carried the big mouth corpse away. Zhao turned his head around and glanced at the few demons. Feeling his look, the demons immediately hid in a corner. What are they going to do? Eat him, of course. This adult big mouth is not weak. Other demons can obtain some demonic power from his corpse. Zhao was also already used to this brutal world. Just then, Zhao saw some dried old day flowers in a stall. Last time, Zhao had bought a lot of old day flowers from Raz. It was a species only found in hell. Zhao frequently needed old day flowers for his potions. Since there were so many old day flowers right before him, he decided to purchase some more. How much do these old day flowers cost? Zhao looked at the stall owner. 1 soul fragment, and these 2 bundles are yours. Huh! How many demonic crystals is 1 soul fragment equal to? Zhao asked, frowning. 100 soul fragments are barely equal to 1 year of demonic crystals, but nobody would be stupid enough to trade a piece of demonic crystal for soul fragments. The stall owner answered. He had been discreetly peeking at Jessica, who was behind Zhao. It appeared that he was very scared of her. Zhao's face darkened, because the Profiteer Raz had sold him old day flowers at 1 year of demonic crystals per bundle. That is, he had been cheated. Indeed, it was a huge difference. The demon before him only sold old day flowers at 1 soul fragment per 2 bundles, which was 200 times cheaper than Raz's price. Zhao had asked Beelzebub about it before, but he had clearly asked the wrong demon. Either Beelzebub was lying to him deliberately too, and then gained some benefits from Raz, or he did not know the actual price either. Zhao could accept a win-win situation, where he gets what he needs and the merchant gains some profit. Of course, because it involved 2 completely separated worlds, he did not mind Raz earning a bit more. However, he could not accept a price that was 200 times more expensive. What's in this bottle? Water from the river of death. It's worthless. If you need it, I'll give you all for free. But this is a soul vessel. 1 soul fragment for it. Zhao was speechless again. When Raz sold him water from the River of Death, it cost 1 year of demonic crystals. Raz could earn Chen Zhao's money only because Chen Zhao really did not know the actual prices. This, and this. I want all of them. How much is it? To be honest, the stall owner had no math talents at all. He took a long time just to add the amounts up. 30 soul fragments in total. Of course, because of your honorable identity, I'll only take 25 fragments. Chen Zhao generously threw him a small piece of demonic crystal. Receiving the demonic crystal, the demon trembled in fear. Lord, I don't have enough change. No need. Jessica glanced at Chen Zhao. Living Lord, don't you know how precious demonic crystals are here? I know. My demon servants told me before. Then why did you give him a piece of demonic crystal? These petty demons don't deserve it. I only have demonic crystals and no soul fragments. You could have told me that. I have many soul fragments with me. Then, Jessica took out a small bottle and poured out many fragments from it. No. Since I've already paid him the demonic crystal, I wouldn't take it back. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, the stall owner heaved a long sigh. After all, Chen Zhao's generosity allowed him to earn a great deal. The 1 year of demonic crystal that Chen Zhao had just given him was probably more than what he was going to earn in half a year. Living Lord, do you still have demonic crystals with you? Jessica asked. Yup. Do you mind trading some with me? I don't think I'll trade them. Chen Zhao shook his head and Jessica was heavily disappointed. Demonic crystal was still a rare item for her position. But you've helped me a lot. Take them as your reward. Chen Zhao took out 10 pieces of demonic crystals of various sizes. They were roughly worth 20 years of life. Take them. Then I shall. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. The demons around them all tried to come close to Chen Zhao as their eyes sparkled. Realizing the intention of the surrounding demons, Jessica immediately screamed. Scram, you petty bugs! Just then, Chen Zhao noticed a familiar figure in the distance. He had to admit that Jessica's eye had given him an excellent eyesight. Even though it was about 1,000 meters away, Chen Zhao could still see it clearly. The familiar figure was no demon other than the demon Profiteer, Raz. Chapter 126 Profiteer. Chapter 126 Profiteer. Chen Zhao walked over to Raz. He had his own stall too. When he looked up and saw Chen Zhao, he was obviously surprised, but his expression quickly turned enthusiastic. Respected living lord, welcome. When Raz saw Jessica beside Chen Zhao, he started sweating. Jessica gave him too much pressure. This banshee's aura was too scary. She had a reputation too. In Obsidian City, Jessica was known as a vicious woman. Raz, what a coincidence to run into you when I'm shopping. Haha, yeah, what a coincidence. Living Lord, how come you're here? I was invited by the Lord. Chen Zhao replied. He is a respected guest of the Lord, Jessica said, looking down. Raz, I bought some things while shopping earlier. Can you check if I was scanned? Chen Zhao took out many local specialties of hell from his spatial ring. When Raz saw these things, it was like he'd been struck by lightning. He froze in his spot. Raz finally realized that Chen Zhao was here to punish him. Living Lord, I. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes at Raz. Is there anything else you want to say? Raz turned and ran, ducking into the crowd of people. He didn't even want his stall anymore. He just wanted to get away from Chen Zhao. Jessica glanced at Chen Zhao. Should I grab him back for you? Yes. Jessica shot into the air. A few minutes later, she carried the limp Raz back and tossed him down before Chen Zhao. Raz seemed to be under some spell. His body was like jelly and couldn't stand up. Chen Zhao squatted down before him. Raz, I'm very disappointed in you. I'd thought that we could establish a long-term and steady relationship, but you took advantage of the fact that I don't know hell's market price. You sold everything to me 100 times more expensive. Living Lord, you are the most benevolent man I've met before. Raz pleaded. I'm sorry, I am willing to return all of your demonic crystals. Please forgive me. Living Lord, how many demonic crystals has he scammed from you? Around 100 years worth. Jessica's eyes glinted. She wasn't surprised with Raz's greed. Instead, she was surprised that Chen Zhao had so many demonic crystals. And if he didn't accidentally learn of the true prices, he might keep getting scammed. How dare you! Jessica kicked the limp Raz. You even dare to cheat the living lord of so many demonic crystals. You'll never be able to pay it all back. The demonic crystals are still here, they're still here. I can return them all. That's unnecessary. You can use your products to pay me back in the future. To be honest, Chen Zhao was furious, but he still needed a steady supply source. If he killed Raz, he would have to find another source. Raz wouldn't dare to cheat him anymore. After all, Chen Zhao still had his demonic ritual implement. This meant that Chen Zhao had the advantage. If Raz dared to cheat him again, Chen Zhao could use the ritual implement to summon him into the human world and punish him. There was no contract relationship when summoning a demon with a ritual implement. Thus, Chen Zhao had no restrictions when summoning Raz. He wouldn't get punished at all if he killed Raz. However, if he killed Raz, he would need to find an even more reliable source. The new supplier might be even worse than Raz or give him the ritual implement. It was better to keep Raz around. With the ritual implement, he wouldn't pull any more tricks. As for the price, Chen Zhao was honestly angry. However, it was a voluntary trade. Chen Zhao wasn't familiar with the market price, so he couldn't blame people for cheating him. Of course, there wasn't anything about fair trade in hell. Whoever had more power would have more rights. Right now, Chen Zhao was in charge. Jessica, what spell is he under? The weak curse. Should I undo it? Yes. Living Lord, do you use demonic crystals to trade with him? Yes. Living Lord, 100 soul fragments can be exchanged for 1 year's worth of demonic crystals in the market, but demonic crystals are actually much more valuable than that. Some demons even accept 2 times the price. Why is there such a big difference? Technically, the market price and actual price shouldn't be too different. An average of 20% in difference was normal, but 2 times the price was hard to understand. Demonic crystals can extend most demons' lives, but soul fragments are only food. So, do you think the market can determine the value of demonic crystals? This meant that the price Raz charged Chen Zhao was far more than 200 times the price. It may even be more than 300 times higher. Chen Zhao glanced at Raz and huffed coldly. He didn't know the price before, but now he did. He'd make sure Raz would suffer in future trade. But at the moment, Raz was still irreplaceable. Chen Zhao had quite a few ritual implements from all sorts of demons, but only Raz was focused on trade. Not everyone that went between the human world and hell could be merchants. Merchants also had to have a clear mind. For example, if Chen Zhao switched his position with Raz, he might not be able to run the trade better than Raz. This was why Chen Zhao wouldn't change his trade partner unless he had no other choice. However, remembering how he thought Raz's price was fair, he felt bitterly disappointed. As expected, demons couldn't be trusted. He walked through the market. He saw many interesting things, but most were only interesting. They didn't have much use. Raz followed behind Chen Zhao cautiously. Rather than Chen Zhao, he was afraid of Jessica. He was finally freed when Chen Zhao got bored. When he first came to this demon city, he found everything fresh and interesting. But after walking around a bit, he realized it was just the same old thing. It was just like how he'd fantasized about America, but after arriving, he realized it wasn't much. Interest in new things came quickly and left quickly as well. To Chen Zhao, hell was just a chaotic place. However, there was a unique order within the chaos. Chapter 127. Next lesson will still be physical resistance training. Chapter 127. Next lesson will still be physical resistance training. By the time Chen Zhao returned to the human world, 1 day had already passed. He walked out from the basement, and realized that Feili was home. "Don't you have to work today?" "Today's my rest day." Feili was lying on the sofa with a few cans of beer on the table before her. Feili's attire at home was always so casual. She had a loose pair of shorts which could display her long legs to the fullest and a white shirt that was a few sizes bigger. She did not seem to be wearing a bra. This was one benefit of sharing a house with a beautiful lady. Zhao could enjoy a pleasant view at any time. If a well-built man were lying on the sofa instead, the scene would be completely different. "Have you been in the basement all this while?" Zhao stretched himself and grabbed a can of beer. "What happened to your hand?" Realizing that Zhao's hand was bandaged, Feili asked subconsciously. "Did something happen?" "Stop imagining." Zhao rolled his eyes. Zhao had no idea what devastating scenes Feili had in her mind. Nonetheless, he was not going to explain anything. After all, it would be awkward if he told her that he had injured his hand during a baby delivery. Therefore, he would rather maintain his mysteriousness before Feili. Zhao did not avoid Feili either. He started changing the bandage in front of her. Although only 1 day had passed, his wound had almost recovered. A terrifying bite mark was still visible, but the wound had fully scabbed. "What were you bitten by?" "You wouldn't want to know it." Zhao exercised his hand. He felt that something was hiding in his palm. However, he could not feel anything unusual from the outside. Zhao was clueless about what Beelzebub Sophie had given him for helping his wife. "Chen, what are you doing? You've been staring at your own hand for 10 minutes already." Feili's voice interrupted Zhao's thoughts. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Isn't it obvious? I was daydreaming." Just then, Zhao's phone rang. He picked the call up. "Hello? Chen, you didn't attend the lesson today." "Oh, sorry, I was busy with work." "If you have work next time, you better inform me in advance so that I won't spend 2 hours just waiting for you." "Right, the next lesson will still be physical resistance training." "This is revenge. You said there would only be 1 physical resistance training session." "I'm busy. Bye." Ignoring Zhao's complaint, Gaia hung up at once. Zhao was stunned. Fuck, this female gorilla is really revengeful. Didn't I miss 1 lesson only? What a specific revenge. "Sienna, who's this?" David returned from the police station and saw an unfamiliar lady in the living room. He recalled Sienna had indeed told him the previous day that a friend was going to stay over for a few days. "Chris, my friend. I told you yesterday." "Hi, I'm Chris Ackerman." "Hi. Your name is somewhat familiar." "David, what an outdated trick," Sienna said with her face darkening. No, I actually find it familiar. I think I've heard it before." David tried his best but still could not recall where he had heard this name. "If you want to chase a lady, you need to learn from Chen. I heard that he knows many beautiful ones," Sienna said. She had been in contact with 4, so she knew some things about Zhao. "Chen? Do you mean an Asian doctor?" Chris asked. "Huh? Do you know Chen as well?" Sienna was rather surprised. What a small world. "Oh yeah, I remember. Chris Ackerman. I heard this name from Chen. He asked me to look for you," David exclaimed. "Chen's looking for me? Why?" "He said that you're in trouble," David replied. "Has your problem been solved?" "I don't think he can solve my problem," Chris said, disheartened. "Chris, maybe he'll have a solution," Sienna said in a serious tone. "Will he? Isn't he a doctor?" "Yes, a doctor, but he's also a spiritualist. While he claims to be an amateur, he's actually very powerful, at least better than me," Sienna said. "Perhaps you can ask for his help." David was energized by the conversation at once. "Chris, did you encounter an evil spirit? Chen's powerful, really powerful. He can definitely help you." "Let's call him now." "It's none of your business." "Why are you so excited?" Sienna rolled her eyes at David. "How is it none of my business?" Chen asked me to tell him once I have any information about Ms. Chris. Sienna looked at Chris. Chris, what do you say? Chen. Can he really help me? If even he can't solve the problem, I wouldn't be able to help you either. He's your only hope. David moved closer to Chris and Sienna. Trying his best to contain his excitement, he asked, Miss Chris, what's troubling you? Sienna pointed at the table. David turned his head around and saw a mirror on the table. It's a mirror. You don't say. We can see that it's a mirror. Is there something special about it? David took the mirror and inspected it curiously. I didn't find anything unusual about the mirror either. But yesterday morning, I broke it myself. You broke the mirror? It looks perfectly undamaged. That's the key. Something seems to be hidden in this strange mirror, and Chris has been haunted by this thing. She said it's her ex-boyfriend, and that he would appear every night. I stayed up for the whole of last night, and didn't see a thing, but Chris said that her ex-boyfriend did appear. Did you fall asleep? David looked at Sienna. Sienna had two very obvious dark patches below her eyes. What do you think? I've been with Chris all the time, but she fell asleep. At first, I thought that nothing happened, but Chris said that her ex-boyfriend tried to attack her in her dream. Is it an evil spirit? Can evil spirits enter a person's dream? I'm not sure. While evil spirits have a multitude of peculiar abilities, I've never heard of any that can enter a person's dream. You don't have a solution either? Not for now. Therefore, we have to ask Chen for help. He will have a solution. David was clearly fully confident of Chen Zhao. Chris looked at Sienna. Although Sienna was somewhat unwilling, she still nodded her head. He's your last hope. Chapter 128 Champion of Almost Dying, Dell. Chapter 128 Champion of Almost Dying, Dell. Fei Lai, I didn't think your cooking would be this good. Chen Zhao looked at the big platter of Cobb salad that Fei Lai brought out. Cobb salad was different from the European salads with vegetables and fruit. It was unique to California, containing vegetables, fruits, and meat. After pairing it with dressing and seasonings, it had a unique taste. As a Chinese man, Chen Zhao usually judged and looked down on foreign food. It was like the famous movie quote, I'm not targeting anyone. It's just that everyone here is garbage. But after really getting to know foreign food culture, he realized that foreign food wasn't as sad as people thought. Chen Zhao never liked salad because it was too vegetarian. He was a carnivore. This Cobb salad, though, paired meat with vegetables just right. It had both the chewiness of meat and the fresh taste of fruit and vegetables. With the dressing, it could satisfy most people. Cobb salad is actually really easy. You can do it after trying once or twice. The recipe isn't set either. It's mostly just the dressing and seasoning. This is our family's specialty. Try the blueberry dressing. Chen Zhao dipped a piece of chicken in the dressing. Oh, it's sour and sweet. Tastes good. He wasn't a food critic, so he couldn't describe the taste with those fancy adjectives. He just thought it was good. Paired with some ice beer, it was an enjoyment even in December. L.A. didn't have drastic differences in temperature between the seasons, but it was quite different throughout the day. Mornings and nights would be cooler while noon could be more than 70 degrees. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. He kept eating, ignoring the phone. Fei Lai glanced at Chen Zhao, but he really didn't want to answer. The phone kept ringing, so Chen Zhao had to admit that he'd already seen the caller ID. It was Dell. I hope it's not work. Chen Zhao answered the call. Hi. Chen, please come. It was Tsura's choked cries. Please hurry. Tsura? What happened to you? What's wrong? It's Dell. Something happened. Please come, I'm begging you, hurry. Okay, I'm coming. Tsura sounded really panicked, and she was crying too. It was obvious that Dell's problem was serious. Chen Zhao was no longer unwilling. He couldn't keep waiting here either. You have work? Yes. Can you drive me? My patient has an emergency. Okay. Let me wash my hands, Fei Lai agreed quickly. Fei Lai watched as Chen Zhao brought the pets onto the car. Chen, why do you always bring them when you visit your patients? I'm worried about them if no one's home, Chen Zhao said. Drive faster. I'm worried about the patient. The phone rang again, but it wasn't Sura. The caller ID said David. Hi, David. Chen, I found the person you're looking for. The person I'm looking for? Oh, you mean Chris? Yes. She's right beside me. I think she's in trouble. I'm busy right now. A patient's life is at risk. I have to hurry over. When can you come back? Not sure. How's Chris right now? She seems stable, but I think she's pretending to be composed. I think she's really scared. What about Sienna? Is she there? You can have her help. Sienna is powerless too. I see. Take her to my home first and wait for me to get back. Fei Lai isn't home either. She's driving me to the patient. The key is under the rug before the door. Okay. Sienna and I will bring Chris to your home. After he hung up, Fei Lai asked, What's wrong? Was it David? Yes. What happened? One of my friends is in some trouble. Some trouble? I don't know how troublesome that trouble is right now. 30 minutes later, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai finally got to Dell's home. Sura, I'm at the door, Chen Zhao said, calling her again. Fei Lai glanced at the door. Your patient is rich? Super rich, Chen Zhao replied simply. No wonder you're in a hurry. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. He couldn't deny that this was part of the reason. Dell paid him $3,000 every time. This wasn't a small number. There really weren't many patients who could pay so generously. Sura came out hurriedly. The lighting was dim, but Chen Zhao could still see the tear stains on her face. Chen, you're finally here. Sura hugged him emotionally. Okay, let's go in. Tell me what happened to Dell. I was in bed with him, and he started convulsing. You were having sex? Chen Zhao asked. Sura glanced at Fei Lai and then Chen Zhao. Gritting her teeth, she said, We were doing something special. Something special? S&M. Dell had me shock him with a low-frequency taser. If there was a competition for almost killing oneself, Chen Zhao was sure that Dell would definitely win. Chen Zhao sped up his pace while asking, Is he conscious right now or not? Chen Zhao was afraid that Dell had lost consciousness or even died from a heart attack. After all, it had already been half an hour. If Dell's heart had stopped and still hadn't gone through emergency first aid, then he would already be dead. If Dell was dead, then even a god couldn't save him. He's awake, but he keeps convulsing. When he reached the outside of Dell and Sura's bedroom, Chen Zhao could already hear Dell's pained cries. Fei Lai, stay at the door. Don't worry. I do emergency treatment too. I've seen everything. Fei Lai didn't mind. Fine. After entering, Chen Zhao saw a whip, chains, and other sex toys. Turn on the lights. The room was quite dark. Chen Zhao moved over and restrained the spasming Dell to start checking. As long as he hadn't died and his heart hadn't stopped, it was good news. Dell was insistent on going down paths that could kill him, but he was quite lucky. At least he'd been lucky so far. Chapter 129 Night Road. Chapter 129 Night Road. Dell, do you still recognize me? Chen Zhao had to confirm if Dell was still fully conscious. Chen, help me. It's so painful. Where? My whole body. Standing beside them, Fei Lai said. Looks like epilepsy. Chen Zhao shook his head and said, It's abnormal heart rhythm caused by electric shock. Sura, did Dell consume anything before you started playing? After slight hesitation, Sura nodded. What drug is it? Chen Zhao was unsurprised by Sura's response. In fact, he had found out that Dell had been consuming illegal drugs in his previous visits. In addition, he knew it was not weed, but something more intense. Highly concentrated MDMA. MDMA stands for 3,4-methylenedioxymethamphetamine, the main ingredient for ecstasy. In fact, the amount of MDMA in ecstasy is relatively low. Consuming pure MDMA would produce more intense hallucinations and pleasure, but also have higher toxicity. It was almost equivalent to death after enjoyment. Chen Zhao really could not understand this kind of person's mentality. Of course, as a doctor, Chen Zhao was not obliged to urge Dell to fight his drug addiction. Dell would not listen to him anyway. After some examination, Chen Zhao confirmed that Dell was suffering from complications due to abnormal heart rhythm, which thereby caused his convulsions. To be more direct, his own body was sending him an alarm. Chen Zhao turned his head and instructed Sura. Go fill the bathtub with water, warm water, the kind that you can still put your hand in. A few minutes later, Sura ran out from the bathroom. Done. Chen Zhao carried Dell into the bathroom, which was really easy given his current strength. Putting Dell into the bathtub, Chen Zhao turned his head and said to Fei Lai, Bring me my toolbox. Sura and Fei Lai both stood outside the bathroom so as not to disturb Chen Zhao's work. Fei Lai knew some first aid, but she could not understand what Chen Zhao was doing. Chen, why did you put him into warm water? The human body is very sensitive, especially to temperature. Warm water can relieve his contractions, but he still needs acupuncture. I don't think you know much about acupuncture. In fact, most Americans are not unfamiliar with acupuncture. It often appears in films too. But can you see his acupoints clearly in water? Wouldn't you insert the needle into the wrong spot? Chen Zhao did not doubt himself for a second. His other medical skills might be questionable, but he had been practicing acupuncture since young. Acupuncture requires more than just the eyes. Chen Zhao also needed to feel the spots with his hand. Dell was partially submerged in water at the moment. Although light would be refracted, Chen Zhao could confirm the acupoints by just touching and without even looking. Dell's body calmed down gradually and the convulsions also stopped. Chen Zhao had managed to ease Dell's abnormal heart rhythm with acupuncture. Then, he carried Dell back into the bedroom and began to massage his muscles. Chen, be gentler, it hurts. It's good that you can still feel pain. Chen Zhao was massaging the softer areas with a lot of force. Apart from his abnormal heart rhythm, Dell was also poisoned by the illegal drug. Chen Zhao still had to help him detoxify, that is, make him vomit the toxic substances. Under the night sky, a car was racing towards Mountain Town. David was driving at full speed, while Sienna was sitting on the front passenger seat. Chris, who was sitting on the rear seat, seemed to be behaving unusually. She had been holding the mirror all this while. Chris, can you keep that mirror? David said, glancing at the rear mirror. However, Chris continued to look at the mirror with her head lowered, as if she had heard nothing. Sienna's expression became serious. Chris seemed to be asleep. Chris! Sienna turned her head and attempted to wake Chris up. There was no response. David and Sienna both felt rather anxious. Suddenly, David saw Chris from the rear mirror. No, it was not Chris, but an unfamiliar face. David was so shocked that he could not even hold the steering wheel properly. The car rocked on the road. David, drive properly. What are you doing? Sienna complained. No. David turned his head and looked at Chris. It was still Chris and nothing had changed. What's wrong? Sienna realized that David's expression was somewhat strange. I'm not sure, David muttered, uncertain. When I looked at Chris from the rear mirror, I realized that she's someone else. Sienna also looked at the rear mirror, but she did not find anything unusual about Chris. Nevertheless, she did not think that David was mistaken. Anyhow, she also did not know what was happening. Nervousness crept up her spine as time passed by. Are we not there yet? I don't think it took this long the last time I came here, Sienna asked impatiently. David tried his best to contain his fear. Although he was a cop, his identity and the gun in his pocket were of little help to their current situation. David, you see that billboard ahead? Why? David indeed saw a billboard at the side of the road. I remember we've already passed that billboard, Maybe there are several of them. Sometimes there are identical billboards on the road, David explained, but only as an attempt to comfort himself. No! Sienna suddenly shouted. I remember clearly that the light at the center of that billboard was flickering. We've indeed passed that billboard already. It's just coincidence. David continued to drive forward. However, an identical billboard appeared before them soon. In the row of lights above the billboard, the one at the center was also flickering. David could feel all his hair rise up instantly. We've been driving on the same section all this time, Sienna confirmed. Why? Why would this happen? Suddenly, a figure bolted in front of the car. David stamped on the brake in panic. Did we hit? Sienna's face turned pale as well. The two quickly rushed out of the car. However, they realized that the person lying on the ground before the car was Chris. What? What's happening? David looked at Chris in puzzlement. Chris was before them, so who was in the car? With a serious expression on her face, Sienna also turned her head and looked into the car. Because of the headlights before them, they could not really see what was in the car. Sienna walked to the car door and looked inside. It was empty. There was no one. Chapter 130 Mirror Reflection. Chapter 130 Mirror Reflection. Help her into the car first, Sienna said. David was a bit scared now. Sienna, she's real, right? I don't know. What about in the car? There's no one there. What? There's no one there. How can there be no one? Let's leave first. Sienna guessed that this was a ward that they were trapped in. As for why Chris, who was in the car, suddenly ran before the car, she had no clue. When they returned to the car and started driving, they passed by the billboard again. They hadn't broken free from this road. The car kept going back and forth. Sienna kept looking back at Chris. She was lying in the back seat. Where's her mirror? Sienna turned around but accidentally saw David in the rearview mirror. It wasn't David driving at all. It was an unfamiliar woman. Sienna's eyes shot open. It wasn't David! He'd been switched out. While David wasn't paying attention, Sienna secretly took out the magical phosphor and tossed it at him. Boom! The fake David didn't expect Sienna would suddenly attack. It screamed and gradually disappeared. However, the car also lost control and crashed into a tree on the side of the road. After who knows how long, Sienna opened her eyes. Her forehead was in pain. She probably hit her head when they'd crashed. Thankfully, she had her seatbelt on, so nothing serious happened. David and Chris weren't in the car. They were gone. Sienna shook her head, trying to get rid of the pain. Since David and Chris had disappeared, Sienna could only get out of the car to find them. The road was really dark. Sienna didn't like this feeling. She had a headache about these uncontrollable situations too. The enemy hidden in the darkness was more troublesome than any enemy Sienna had dealt with before. His biggest problem was that he was strange and unknown. As of now, he still hadn't revealed his identity but was completely toying with them. Sienna summoned her father. Yberg, help guide me. I must find David and Chris. Where are we? Yberg looked around. He actually couldn't find his bearings. Yberg's special ability was guidance. This didn't have any combat power, but it was a nice auxiliary ability. For example, they were able to go forward on the right path last time because he'd been driving. He wouldn't go forward blindly. Instead, he would follow his heart and make the correct choice. However, he couldn't feel anything right now. I can't feel the correct path, but I can feel that there's something terrifying up ahead. Something terrifying? Sienna asked. An evil spirit? No. It's something I've never seen before. This aura makes my hair rise up. It's not an evil spirit. Yberg's cowardly personality was revealed again. Put me away. I don't want to face this. It's even worse than last time. It's scarier than Maria. Sienna still decided to go down the direction that Yberg pointed in. She walked for more than 10 minutes and saw someone lying under a street lamp. Chris? Sienna hurried over. David, how are you? David woke up slowly. It hurts. Sienna? What happened? Do you know where Chris is? No. Where's our car? Why am I here? Sienna shook her head. She wasn't sure if this David was real or not. Judging from what had happened, the hidden enemy could replace David or Chris or even herself without anyone realizing. She was sure that she was real, though. This went without saying. Can you walk? Yes, you still haven't answered. It's kind of complicated. Do you remember what happened before you passed out? I remember I ran into Chris. And then you looked inside the car. And then, I can't remember. Was David switched out at that moment? Sienna thought. Let's go forward. After a while, 3 figures appeared before them. There's someone! David cried excitedly. They sped up, but when they got closer, they saw that the 3 incoming people were Sienna, David, and Chris. The Sienna and David on the left were confused. The 3 across from them were confused too. You! They all looked at each other cautiously. Just then, another person ran out. Chris. It was another Chris. This new Chris was exhausted and covered in sweat. You! There were 2 Siennas, 2 Chris, and 2 Davids. I'm real. You're fake. I'm real. The 2 Davids started arguing. Sienna looked at her clone. Stop the disguise. Maybe it works if you pretend to be them, but it's useless for me. I was going to say that too, the other Sienna said. You can't pretend to be me. Sienna scoffed. The enemy could clone her, but could they clone Yberg? She took out Yberg's case and released him. Huh! 2 Siennas? Who's the real one? I summoned you, so I'm obviously the real one, Sienna said. You and that fake Yberg, stop! The other Sienna yelled. She also took out a case and released the Yberg. Huh! 2 Siennas, and another me? What's going on? Sienna's expression hardened. The enemy was stronger than she'd imagined. They could even duplicate Yberg. What could she do now? Sienna took out the magical phosphor to use a spell. However, the other Sienna did the same, cautiously staring at her. Sienna scattered the magical phosphor. It formed an image in the sky while she chanted, Ancient truth, please descend and distinguish truth from lie for me. Ancient truth, please descend and distinguish truth from lie for me. The other Sienna chanted at the same time, using the same spell. The magic array hit the foreheads of the 2 Siennas. A huge ball of flesh appeared above their heads. Seeing this, Sienna's expression changed drastically. Not only did the enemy know how to use the spell of ancient truth, they were even better at it. The eye of true vision above their head was even bigger than the one she'd summoned. Chapter 131 My right hand is starving. Chapter 131 My right hand is starving. One of the balls was significantly larger than the other. Judging from this, the fake Sienna was clearly more powerful than the real one. Just then, the ball of flesh summoned by the fake Sienna started changing. A gap opened on the ball, turning it into an enormous eyeball. Just as the eye opened, a beam of red light shot out and blasted towards the ball above Sienna's head. The ball of flesh above Sienna's head was penetrated by the red beam before it could even open. Suddenly, the eyeball opposite her flew towards her. Many tentacles extended from the eyeball and wrapped around Sienna's eye of true vision. Sienna quickly backed away with a serious expression on her face. The fake Sienna opposite her smiled, while the real Sienna grew even more anxious. What do I do? What do I do? The fake Sienna pointed at the real Sienna and instructed Yberg. Kill her! She's fake. However, the Yberg that had been summoned by the fake Sienna seemed hesitant. I can't. What? The fake Sienna was stunned. The next moment, the Yberg that she had summoned broke into pieces, just like a mirror. Damn! Why? The fake Sienna started screaming and her body also began changing. In the end, the fake Sienna turned into a 3-meter-tall goat-head monster. Standing there, He looked just like a walking black goat. The black goat monster was holding a gold-framed mirror. Meanwhile, the other two fakes also crushed like two mirrors. They turned into two beams of light and returned to the gold-framed mirror. Confusion was written all over Sienna's face. What happened? Why did she just disintegrate? Chris and David also looked perplexed. They had just been intensely arguing with their fake counterparts. Why did they suddenly disappear? Demon! Demon! He's that demon! Seeing the black goat monster, Chris's face was filled with horror. All right. The game ends here. The black goat monster produced a few obscure syllables with his mouth, but the three could all understand him perfectly. Sienna held her ritual implement with her right hand and grabbed a handful of magical phosphor with the other. The black goat monster was giving her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Demon? Is this really a demon? Are there really demons in this world? What are you? Sienna asked softly. I. Dagon Byros, ruler of the reflection world. Huh! Look, we have another two petty humans here for sacrifice. Dagon Byros stared at the end of the road. He could see flashes of headlights in the distance. Another car had entered the region and there were two people in it. They were precisely Fei Lai and Zhao. Chen, what is that? Woof! Beelzebub barked and Zhao glanced at him. Nothing. Just ram at him. Huh! Fei Lai stared at Zhao with her eyes widened. Ram. Crash. Dagon Byros was sent flying away directly and the mirror also dropped onto the ground. The front of the car dented from the severe impact. Zhao, Beelzebub, Raymond, Carrie and Walter all alighted from the car. Zhao walked to the gold-framed mirror and picked it up. On the other hand, Beelzebub, Raymond, Carrie and Walter had already charged towards Dagon Byros. Everyone stared at Zhao's pets with their jaws on the ground. Apart from Walter, who was still normal, the other three had all turned. They became even bigger than Dagon Byros, especially Beelzebub. He was originally a Shar-Pei, but now he was an enormous dog larger than a tiger. Raymond had also changed from a small, colorful snake into a huge python that was 5 or 6 meters long. Carrie's size did not change much, but she had 2 tails and a cloud of frost circling around her. Dagon Byros, who had been superior just a moment ago, was jointly mauled by Zhao's demons in the next instant. Zhao could feel the mirror in his hand struggling wildly, as if it wanted to break free from Zhao's grip. This mirror is the medium used by this reflection demon. Destroy it and you destroy this mirror ward, Blackie said, floating beside Zhao. Zhao smashed the mirror heavily onto the ground, destroying a corner of the mirror. No, no, no! Return me the mirror! Dagon Byros screamed, trying to escape from the 4 demons' attacks. However, the next moment, Carrie awarded him with a giant ice bolt. The ice bolt pierced through Dagon's chest and nailed him onto the ground. Walter bit firmly onto Dagon's calf. Beelzebub was the fiercest of the 4. He tore away one of Dagon's arms and then ate it directly. Zhao was about to smash the mirror again when he felt something strange about his right hand. His right palm seemed to be splitting apart. Then, Zhao saw a mouth at the center of his palm. That's right, a mouth. The mouth bit onto a corner of the gold-framed mirror. Following a clear crack, it tore down a piece from the mirror. Dagon Byros moaned madly. Confused, Zhao looked at his own hand. The mouth on his right hand seemed to be sending him a signal. Eat. 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 I want to eat. Zhao put the mirror onto his right palm. The mouth opened again, showing all its sharp teeth. The hard mirror felt nothing more like a piece of meat in the mouth. Crack! Another piece was torn away. Dagon Byros' moaning became even more miserable. Zhao felt a message from the mouth again. Delicious! Then eat more. Zhao also tried to deliver his thoughts to the mouth. The mouth needed no more than a few bites to finish the gold-framed mirror. In his high-pitched screams, Dagon Byros finally turned into a black cloud of sand and vanished. The surrounding immediately became much brighter. Everyone stared at each other, and could not contain their emotions. Chen Zhao's pets had already returned to their normal states. They could only be demonified in non-human regions, such as Blackie's space crevice. They had been in the reflection demon's reflection world just now, which was similarly not part of the human world. Blackie, is that reflection demon dead? Nope. The mirror is only his medium, not his body. How about the demon just now? It's merely a demon's soul controlled by the reflection demon, a pathetic, fallen goat monster. Still looking dazed, everyone stared at Chen Zhao and the pets around him. Chen, are you really a druid? Did you kill that demon? Chen Zhao's pets were clearly not ordinary organisms. After all, who had seen a fox which could shoot ice bolts like a machine gun, a Shar-Pei which was bigger than a tiger, or a snake which could spurt clouds of poisonous gas from its mouth? Chapter 132 Medium. Chapter 132 Medium. Everyone squeezed into Fei Lai's car and drove to Chen Zhao's house. Drink this. You're fine. Chen Zhao handed a cup of calming tea to Chris. Thanks. Chris accepted the cup. Chris, after I sent you back, I went to find you again the next day, but you weren't there already. I asked David to help me find you. Where were you these days? The church, Chris replied. Chen, what was that thing? Right now, Sienna was most concerned about Dagon Byros. She'd never felt so powerless and clueless before. Demon, Chen Zhao replied simply. More specifically, it's a reflection demon. Where's Nance right now? Chris asked further. Is he controlled by that demon? Yes. Blackie had told him. Chen Zhao continued. The reflection demon uses a medium to project into the human world. What we saw earlier wasn't his true form. The demon that looks like a mountain goat is actually controlled by the reflection demon. Chris X is the same. The reflection demon can possess humans to control their souls, and then use that soul to possess past friends and family. He'll keep receiving souls as long as the medium remains. By medium, do you mean the mirror? Yes, but not the mirror you saw earlier. The mirror that Chris and her ex got is actually the medium's reflection. That's why it can never be destroyed. Chen Zhao was only repeating Blackie's explanation. The medium only exists in the reflections world, which is where we'd entered. You can only truly destroy the medium there. So you're saying that the demon personally destroyed the medium? If he didn't let us go. If you went in, then we'd be powerless against him? Chen Zhao shook his head. The reflection demon isn't as strong as you think. He was just using his own abilities to make the reflection the same as the outside world. He could make copies of you all with the same compatibility. What's compatibility? For example, if he copies something, his copy can't go against what the original does. Another example, if a loving couple enters the reflection world, he can use the copied wife to kill the actual wife, but the copied wife to kill the actual husband or the copied husband to kill the wife. This is what compatibility is. If he goes against this law, then his abilities will become ineffective. Sienna understood immediately why the copy would recover its original appearance. He didn't know that Yberg was her father. No matter how their relationship was, they were still family. Even the copy wouldn't be willing to hurt his daughter. This was the so-called compatibility. Earlier, you said that the Black Mountain Goat demon Dagon Byros isn't the true reflection demon. Then, is the reflection demon still alive? After this paranormal event, Chris was left with trauma. She was afraid that the reflection demon would come back for revenge. He's still alive, but he isn't in the human world. His true form can't enter the human world and his medium has been destroyed. As long as no one makes another medium, he'll never be able to affect the human world, let alone take revenge on you. Since the medium existed, then someone must have created it, right? What if someone else makes one? That medium has a history of more than a century. Its creator is long dead. You don't have to worry. Plus, if the reflection demon wants revenge, it'll come from me first. Hearing Chen Zhao's reply, Chris was finally relieved. Then, what about them? Sienna pointed at the playing animals. What exactly are Beelzebub and the others? My pets. Isn't it obvious? Pets? Do you think I'm blind? Well, they're my pets right now. Then where did you learn your magic? Is it some Oriental magic? Chinese people call magic fashu, right? David commented. Beelzebub must be divine beasts. I did my research. Research? You. Of course. Chen and I are friends. I have to understand Chen. Is Oriental magic really this powerful? Sienna had been dealt a blow. After all, she'd been helped by Chen Zhao twice. In fact, she could say that she'd been saved twice. Each time had been more dangerous than the last, but Chen Zhao had taken care of them easily. Chen, where's the gold? Are you going to take it for yourself? Sienna stared at Chen Zhao with shining eyes. Chen Zhao's expression was dark. The gold was part of the medium. It was destroyed along with the medium. Hey! That gold is worth more than $10,000. How could you do that? Sienna, it's okay. David comforted. That gold was cursed. If you give me the gold, I won't care if it's cursed. Sienna was sad, but Chen Zhao was even more pained. The gold had been eaten by the mouth on his hand. More than 200 grams of gold was worth at least $10,000. Chen Zhao still wasn't sure what the mouth was used for. The only thing he was sure about was that Beelzebub Sophie had given it to him. Chen, I can go find you if I run into these things again, right? Chris looked at him with teary eyes. If you need a doctor, I'm happy to help. But if you need to exorcise evil spirits or demons, please ask Sienna. I'm an amateur. Knock, knock. Knocks sounded at that time. Everyone exchanged glances. It was already 2 in the morning. Who would come? After opening the door, they realized it was Leonardo. Leon, how come you're here? I was patrolling and saw that your light is still on, so I came to look. Come in. Chen Zhao moved aside. Do you usually patrol by yourself? Where's your partner? My previous partner quit, and they haven't assigned me a new one. I hope it'll be a beauty. When Leonardo entered the living room and saw everyone, he gaped. Let me introduce everyone. David, he's a cop too. This is Leonardo. He's in charge of Mountain Town's security. Hey, come sit down. You're Chen's friend too? David tossed Leonardo a can of beer. Chapter 133 The Fearsome Gaia. Chapter 133 The Fearsome Gaia. Are you having a party? Leonardo asked. Nope. It's just a normal gathering, but we were so engrossed that we forgot the time, Chen Zhao said with a smile on his face. If I recall correctly, you've only been here for less than 3 months, right? Look at how many friends you have already. I grew up in Los Angeles but only have a few friends. You're my friend too, Chen Zhao said, smiling. David also put his hand on Leonardo's shoulder. Buddy, we're friends now as well. My birthday is this weekend. Can you attend my birthday party? Leonardo invited, looking somewhat shy. Of course. Can all of us go? Yes, all of you are very welcomed. I hope that you'll all be there. In fact, Leonardo had knocked on Chen Zhao's door just now only to invite him to his birthday party. However, he did not expect so many people to be present. Even more unexpectedly, he managed to know so many new people in a single night. Leonardo was not really a loner, but he did not know how to socialize. Even in the police station, most people were only his colleagues and not friends. The number of friends that he made that night was perhaps almost equal to the number of friends he had before. However, Leonardo could not stay for too long because he was still working. Leonardo, do you mind giving us a ride? We're leaving too, David said. Sure, Leonardo agreed without hesitation. Sienna and Chris left with David as well. After 2 busy days, Chen Zhao could finally have a good rest. The next day, Chen Zhao was awakened by Fei Lai. He did not have enough sleep, but he had things to do. It was already over 8 in the morning. After washing up, he still had to attend Gaia's boxing lesson. Chen Zhao had a rather tight schedule. He still had to check Rufford's injury at noon. After all, he was investing on Rufford, so he had to gain some profit from it. When Chen Zhao arrived at the fitness center, he was somewhat anxious. He still remembered Gaia's threat. Luckily, Gaia was just scaring him, and the lesson was what they were supposed to have in the first place. In the 2 hours, Chen Zhao spent an hour hitting the sandbag. Chen, you're exerting your strength in the wrong way. You can't just use all your strength in every punch. You're learning how to fight, not going for a boxing tournament. Gaia had been observing Chen Zhao's punches. While street fighting also requires physical strength, the key lies in your techniques. Use minimal force to defeat your opponents. Therefore, pay attention to the angle and power of your attack. Maybe you're not just facing one enemy, but 2 or perhaps 20. If you use all your strength in every punch, you wouldn't last long. Gaia walked up. The most popular boxing styles now are free sparring and military boxing. I'll teach you free sparring. Why not military boxing? As Gaia wore her gloves, she waved her hand at Chen Zhao. Let's fight. For real? No, just an example. Do I attack or you? You'll attack. Chen Zhao formally put up a boxing stance and protected his head. Then, he slowly stepped forward. Punch! In the instant he punched, Gaia dodged his attack. She made a turn and her elbow struck towards Chen Zhao's face. Not my face! Gaia was not planning to injure Chen Zhao. Her elbow stopped 5 centimeters away from Chen Zhao's face. Military boxing is used to kill. Do you plan to kill anyone? Gaia asked. Before you're ready to kill, military boxing is even weaker than free sparring, Gaia said. The moves in military boxing are crueler and designed to destroy your opponent's body. They are mostly targeted at joints and weak points. Gaia, since you're so strong, you can certainly win any boxing competition, right? Gaia shook her head. It's not as simple as you think. I might not even win women's boxing. The rules on the ring wouldn't allow me to display myself fully, so don't even talk about men's boxing. I'll be considered lucky if I can win just 3 opponents. How about outside the ring? I can kill 10 top boxing champions in 10 minutes. Chen Zhao shivered. He went to the restroom and when he returned, Gaia had already removed her gloves. Gaia, why do you hate Morgari so much? It's none of your business, Gaia answered directly. Chen Zhao scratched his nose in awkwardness. He was really stupid just now for finding trouble for no reason. After leaving the fitness center, Chen Zhao went to Rufford's house directly. Bord was there as well. Rufford was doing some light recovery exercises under his guidance. Hello, Chen. Both of them stopped. Chen Zhao said, Continue and finish Bord's lesson. 10 minutes later, Rufford approached Chen Zhao. After nearly 1 week of treatment, his leg no longer hurt. Indeed, he felt that he had already fully recovered. However, Bord felt that it was not the case. It could only be confirmed after Chen Zhao's examination. Rufford's feeling might not be accurate. Sometimes, an athlete may feel that he has already recovered, where in reality there is still some indiscernible damage. Once he starts to exercise vigorously, his injury would relapse. To prevent such a situation, one must be careful. After some checkup, Chen Zhao patted Rufford's shoulder. Rufford, your recovery is excellent. You can already exercise as usual, but not too intensely for these few days. Bord, give me a copy of Rufford's physical data over the next few days. No problem. Chen Zhao was the person who had introduced Bord to Rufford, and he was also Rufford's investor. He was indirectly Bord's boss, not to mention that he had saved Bord's wife and daughter. Therefore, Bord would certainly listen to Chen Zhao fully. After spending an hour in Rufford's house, Chen Zhao received a call from Ethan. Chen, a new client. FDD Commercial Building, Level 40. What's the pay? 800. That's low. Who is it? What disease? I'm not going if it's another gang leader or something. Chen Zhao was usually not picky about the pay or the client, but 800 was indeed relatively low. If it was only a normal client, he would take it as an opportunity to widen his social circle. However, if the client was someone dangerous, 800 was not sufficient for him to take the high risk. FDD commercial building is in downtown. Do you think a gang will work there? Fine. I'll go now. Chapter 134 Strange Mother and Daughter. Chapter 134 Strange Mother and Daughter. The FDD commercial building was a well-known landmark. When Zhao entered, he was almost stopped by the security guards. This building was mainly used for work offices, but it also had some luxury suites that could be rented. Judging from the security, the monthly rent for a suite would be at least $20,000. Zhao's client lived in one of the suites. He reached the 40th floor and rang the bell after confirming the room number. He remembered that the last time he came to this kind of suite, he met two beauties. He wished that his client this time was also a beauty. Of course, it would be best if she wasn't a murderer. The door opened. It was a 30-something-year-old woman. She was beautiful with some makeup on and wearing fashionable clothes. However, her stomach was bleeding. She hadn't pulled out the knife yet. She looked down at the pets around Zhao. You are? Were you the one that called a doctor? You're a doctor? Yes. Are you sure you're not a vet? It's my habit to bring my pets out. I'm worried if I leave them at home. All right. Come in. Zhao entered and saw that the living room was in a mess. He turned to look at the woman. Are you sure you don't need to call the police? This is from my daughter and I fighting. How can I call the police? Then your injury. Also her masterpiece. Zhao didn't know what to say. He didn't know this mother and daughter pair, so he didn't know their conflict. How old is your daughter? 15. The woman lay down on the sofa. Zhao lifted her shirt. Bear with me. I need to take the knife out. Judging from the wound, the knife hadn't gone in too deeply. It was evident that her daughter didn't use a lot of power. Woof, woof. Walter suddenly started barking at the bedroom. Zhao looked over and saw blood flowing out from the crack under the bedroom door. Expression changing, he turned to look at the woman, to see her stabbing him with the knife. Fuck! Frightened, Zhao quickly grabbed the woman's wrist, but he was still a step late. The knife had already scraped his palm. He was so scared that he flipped over the sofa. The woman raised her knife again. Zhao lifted his foot and kicked the woman's wound that he just stitched up. The woman clutched her stomach in pain, while Zhao was covered in cold sweat from fear. He'd been learning how to fight these days, but he realized that not everyone could perform what they'd learned when it was actually necessary. This was the difference between him and Gaia. Gaia had actually been on the battlefield before. Zhao was confident that his strength and speed were both above Gaia. However, if it was Gaia here, she definitely wouldn't be in a pathetic state like Zhao. He looked at his arm. There was a scratch left by the knife, but it wasn't that serious. He looked at the woman on the ground and opened the bedroom door. A girl was lying on the ground in a puddle of blood. Zhao hurried over to check. She wasn't dead yet. He carried the girl out of the bedroom. She'd been stabbed in the chest and suffered blood loss. Her injury was very grave. Her breathing was weak. The woman stood up, holding onto her stomach, and looked at Zhao with an ugly expression. She's your daughter? Stepdaughter. Hatred flashed past the woman's face. I'm calling the cops. Don't call them. No, I must. You tried killing your daughter. Zhao couldn't ignore this. If the girl died, he would be in trouble too. I didn't, the woman explained anxiously. She tried to commit suicide. It's not my fault. Why didn't you tell me? Zhao interrogated the woman while performing first aid. Walter, give me the kit. Walter dragged the kit over. Zhao carefully pulled the knife out. Blood spewed out of the girl's chest immediately. Zhao quickly covered the wound. He took out a bottle and spread the sticky thing across the girl's injury. This was the saliva of the swamp soul-eater frog. It was apparently great at stopping bleeding. Chen Zhao couldn't help it. Acupuncture wasn't enough to stop the girl's bleeding. He could only use demon medicine. He also had to multitask and be wary of the woman. Who knew if she would go crazy again and try to stab him? She wants to frame me with her death, the woman explained in panic. Please don't call the cops. If you do, I'm done. Chen Zhao's eyes flashed. He wasn't sure if the woman was speaking the truth or not. You stabbed yourself, right? After hesitating, the woman nodded. Yes. What happened? If you make me feel like you're still hiding something, I'm gonna call the cops immediately. Vil is my stepdaughter. You told me. Her father died from liver cancer 10 years ago, and she always hated me. Understandably, I don't like her either. We've had countless big and small fights before. Chen Zhao listened quietly while thinking about whether the woman was telling the truth or not. Recently, I heard that she's hanging out with a group of hooligans, so I fought with her again. The woman hated her stepdaughter to the extreme. After all, they weren't blood-related and not everyone was responsible. To this woman, Vil was just a burden. I grounded her, telling her that she can't step out of the suite for 10 days. She said that if I don't let her out, she'll kill herself. And I said that even if she dies, she can't die in the suite. Then she hid inside her room. An hour ago, I opened her door and saw that she'd stabbed herself. I was scared, so you stabbed yourself too? The woman nodded. I thought that if I didn't do anything, the police will definitely say that I killed her. Everyone knows that we have a bad relationship. What's the logic behind you stabbing yourself? Chen Zhao didn't understand at all. Could stabbing herself erase her sin? I was going to make it look like an armed robbery. The woman's expression was pained. Her stomach was still bleeding. Chen Zhao tossed over a bottle. Smear some of this on your injury. The woman continued. I was going to call the cops. But then I remembered that there's a surveillance camera. If they look at the security footage, they'll know there was no robbery, so I had to get a doctor to treat me. Then you came. What about her? I thought she was dead. I really thought Vil was dead. I never wanted her to die. Believe me. I hate her, but I would never kill her. You were going to dispose of her body when you recovered, right? The woman hesitated for a beat but finally nodded. You never thought about killing your stepdaughter, but you wanted to kill me. Chen Zhao raised his hand. The blood reminded him that this woman was crazy enough to do anything. Chapter 135 Favor. Chapter 135 Favor. I'm sorry. I can compensate for that. How much do you want? 10,000. You. This is blackmail. The woman roared in anger. This includes my pay for treating your daughter. Also, I must send her to the hospital. What? No, the police will find out. If her daughter was sent to the hospital with such a severe injury, the doctors would certainly call the police. The police would carry out an investigation and her reputation would be totally ruined. I won't say anything. As for what the police will find out, I don't care, Chen Zhao said. Chen Zhao was not entirely sure if the woman was really not the culprit. If she was, it would be too dangerous for her daughter to continue staying with her. Therefore, Chen Zhao had to send the girl to the hospital. Whatever you want to tell the police, it's your problem. Mister, please don't send her to the hospital. I promise I'll treat her better, I promise. I wouldn't hurt her. If this gets exposed, I'll lose my job. What's your job? I'm a KTLL TV news presenter. I'm a celebrity. I can't have any scandals. The woman panicked. She clearly viewed her work as being more importantly as her adopted daughter. After some consideration, Chen Zhao said, She has to go to the hospital. That can't be changed, but I know someone from the police station. I can help you ask how to handle such a situation. The woman's mistake could be either severe or minor, because she was Vil's guardian. Not saving her dying daughter was equivalent to manslaughter. Of course, Vil was not dead yet. As long as she was not prosecuted for it, she would be fine. It mainly depended on the evidence found by the police, as well as their attitude towards the incident. Zhao called Melson. Melson, are you free now? Why? I just had a client. Zhao told Melson the situation. After being silent for a while, Melson said, How do you want me to handle it? As long as it's not against the law, I hope that you won't look into the mother's actions. It would be best if the incident is not exposed to the public. How's the girl's injury? I've already performed first aid and her injury is now stable. I plan to call an ambulance and send her to the hospital. Let us call the ambulance. You and that woman stay there now. I'll bring a few people there. All right. After a while, Melson arrived with a few others. Soon, the ambulance also reached. A few police started gathering evidence at the scene. Melson waved his hand at Zhao and the woman. Let's talk. The three walked into the bedroom. Melson glanced at Zhao, and then looked at the woman. Madam Daly Simpson, if you don't want to get into trouble, when you get questioned later, say that you called the police immediately after discovering your daughter's attempt to commit suicide. Don't say anything irrelevant. Will I be prosecuted? As long as you don't admit that you've delayed any time on purpose, we, the police, wouldn't prosecute you, Melson said. I understand. Daly Simpson nodded. I'll describe the situation to my team first. Don't say anything irrelevant, like about the wound in your abdomen. Of course. Despite feeling uneasy, Daly Simpson still accepted Melson's suggestion. Zhao made a handshake with Melson. Thanks. Zhao knew that Melson was helping him only because Melson had owed him a favor last time. Of course, it was something within Melson's authority. If Daly Simpson really killed someone, he would not ignore it just for Zhao. The $10,000 that Zhao had asked from Daly Simpson was not just for treating them. It also included the favor from Melson in fee for Zhao to not expose her. To be more direct, she was paying Zhao to solve her problem. As for which of Daly Simpson and her daughter was in the wrong, Zhao could not decide. He liked either of them anyway. Moreover, Zhao also did not intend to change their relationship. Their hatred towards each other had been formed over an extended period of time. Zhao did not even care if they would stab each other with a knife in the future. Zhao had already done what he should. At least he believed so. Daly Simpson was wrong, but if she ended up in jail, Vil would have to be sent to an orphanage or another relative's place. This might not be ideal for her either. Chen, why are you giving me 2,000? Ethan stared at Zhao, confused. Isn't it supposed to be 800 for you? So it should be $160 for me according to our agreement. Have you finally turned over a new leaf and decided to pay for the food that you've eaten here? Take it or leave it. Stop nagging. Zhao rolled his eyes. Auntie Lee, get me some food. Ethan kept cursing Zhao for his usual dine and dash. After the meal, Zhao went to the hospital to check Vil Simpson's condition and collect the money. By the time he returned home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Zhao saw Ken arguing with a man in front of Ken's own house. Zhao vaguely recalled the man to be a gangster in the town. That time, Zhao had encountered the gangster in the supermarket. The gangster was going to target him because he was new to town. Luckily, a shopkeeper reprimanded him. Ken, is that your friend? Zhao shouted. Noticing that Ken and the gangster were about to fight, he signaled them his presence. The gangster glanced at Zhao. He muttered something to Ken and then left angrily. Ken approached Zhao. Chen, thanks. He's a gangster, right? We were close friends. He wanted to borrow money from me. Are Bant and Mary not at home? The winery closed down and both my father and I lost our jobs. We're currently looking for new ones, Ken said. Zhao could not help their financial predicament. After all, his social circle was not wide enough. Will the gangster look for you again? I don't have any money to lend him. I don't think he'll come again, Ken answered, shaking his head. That's great. If you have any trouble, come and find me or call the police. I know what to do. Thanks. This is Leonardo's number. He's the patrolman in town. Perhaps you should take it down. Sure. Thanks. Shortly after Chen Zhao returned home, Fei Lai was also back. Fei Lai was lying on the sofa lazily. Chen, have you made dinner? Nope. I just came back too. I don't want to move. You're in charge of the dinner. Let's eat out. I'm too lazy as well. Chapter 136 Murder. Chapter 136 Murder. The two went to a restaurant on the side of the road. Fei Lai ordered salad, steak, and a large pudding. Chen Zhao didn't have a small appetite, but if he ate fully, his month's paycheck would be gone. He really had a big appetite. After all, he'd drunk the strength potion. The effect was more than double of David's. This meant that Chen Zhao's appetite was twice the amount of David. Even though it wasn't Thanksgiving, Chen Zhao still ordered an entire roast turkey. It was a Western restaurant, but Chen Zhao and Fei Lai weren't the type who ate gracefully. Plus, there weren't many rules in a small-town restaurant. When they ate, they really showed their true colors. Chen Zhao grabbed the turkey and munched. Halfway through their meal, someone suddenly patted Fei Lai's shoulder. Hey, sexy, want to go to the bar with me? I know where the fun is. Chen Zhao looked up. It was Ken's classmate. The guy's leering expression made Fei Lai frown. She pushed his hand away. Don't touch me. I don't know you. That Asian can't satisfy you, the guy said shamelessly. Come play with me. I promise you won't be able to get out of bed. Could Chen Zhao take this? No. He grabbed a drumstick and smacked the guy's face. Get the fuck out. Yellow monkey, you wanna die? Chen Zhao lifted his leg and kicked the guy a few feet away. He couldn't beat Gaia, but he could deal with a solo gangster with just his finger. After that one kick, the guy couldn't even stand back up. Chen Zhao had only used half of his power, but his kick was still quite harmful. Even a dragon like Gaia wouldn't be able to take it, let alone this random guy. Don't let me see you again. Get out. The guy ran away pathetically, clutching his stomach. Guys like him just bullied the weak but feared the strong. He saw that Chen Zhao was Asian and new here, so he came to provoke him. Once Chen Zhao showed his strength, he didn't dare go up against him again. As for calling the cops, it was a joke. He would never be supported by the cops in any way. Fuck, he wasted my turkey. Chen Zhao looked furious. Can you use magic to kill that asshole? Why? You hate him? I don't know him, but I heard townspeople say that he sold drugs to some kids in school and 2 of them overdosed. One died and the other has brain damage. People like him deserve to die. My magic can't kill anyone. Don't bet on it. So boring. Killing isn't fun. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. You killed someone before? Fei Lai suddenly looked at him with interest. Thinking for a moment, Chen Zhao said, Once, in the hospital, a serial killer captured a nurse. I had Beelzebub kill him in front of everyone. How did it feel? It was scary because I didn't feel anything. I was actually emotionless toward killing someone. Do you have any other experiences in killing people? Does failing a patient during surgery count? No. Because of the gangster, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai weren't able to eat happily. Afterward, they went to the supermarket and bought a lot of groceries. Their fridge was filled instantly. Fei Lai, do people still swim in the winter? Of course. The temperature difference in L.A. isn't that big. The beach I'm at has a lot of people the entire year. That's why we need to work the entire year too. Some people even swim at night, so I sometimes have to do night shifts. Oh, right. Fei Lai started up again. What are you going to give for Leonardo's birthday party? Chen Zhao grew troubled. What should he give? He had no experience in gift giving. Turning, he asked, Fei Lai, what are you going to give? I already have an idea, but I can't tell you. If you find out, you'll definitely want to give it to him first. Then I'll have nothing. Fei Lai was careful around Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was even more distressed. It was right of Fei Lai to be careful, because he really would do something like that. Fuck. Deppler rasped and clutched his stomach and cursed, his expression pained. He walked slowly and unsteadily. That Asian had kicked him way too hard. It felt like his intestines had broken. I'll show that yellow monkey. I'm gonna kill him. Deppler came to a building and knocked on the door with difficulty. A beat later, Treed Pempton opened the door. When Treed saw Deppler, his expression turned cold instantly. Deppler, you shouldn't be here. His attitude was indifferent, putting distance between them. Mr. Pempton, I'm sorry. I need money. I already gave you money, Treed said icily. We have nothing to do with each other again. Mr. Pempton, I worked for you, but you only gave me $5,000. That's not fair. I need another payment. You don't keep your word. Treed Pempton's expression darkened even more. If you don't pay me, I can't promise I won't tell other people some ugly things. This was how Deppler often blackmailed people. Fine, come in. Treed Pempton suddenly grew calm. The moment Deppler stepped into Treed's home, a dagger went straight into Deppler's chest. There was an old woman standing behind the door. Deppler looked around with difficulty. He knew this old woman, but why was she in Treed's home? Why was she hiding behind the door? Treed had already closed the door. Seeing Deppler on the ground, he said to the old woman, Winry, you did it too fast. You should have waited until I closed the door. If someone passed by, we would have been discovered. I couldn't help it. I haven't seen blood in so long and prey finally showed up. The old woman slowly latched onto Deppler. She raised her dagger high in the air. Mighty sleeper, the woman recited. In the name of Besta, please hear my calling as I give you the offering of blood. Deppler hadn't died yet. He was still very conscious. In fact, the closer one was to death, the more conscious one was. However, he couldn't do anything. The old woman had rubbed some numbing poison onto the blade. He could only watch as the old woman raised the dagger again and stab it into his chest. Chapter 137 Suspicion. Chapter 137 Suspicion. You sure you don't want the tripe? No. Certainly not. Don't put it into my side. Why would the supermarket sell such a weird thing? Fine. I'll eat it. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were having hot pot. In fact, it was not the first time. After trying hot pot for the first time, Fei Lai could not stop herself from having more. The preparation for hot pot was actually very simple. The only troublesome parts were the soup base and the dipping sauce. It was not easy to make a good hot pot broth. Chen Zhao's favorite were pork bones soup and mala soup. Fei Lai preferred plainer ones. Of course, that did not mean she did not like meat, but rather she could not take food that was too spicy. Just like Chen Zhao, she was a carnivore. She would eat vegetables, but she had to eat meat for every meal, or she would not feel full and satisfied. After all, Fei Lai was a member of the coastal rescue team, which meant a tremendous amount of exercise every day. Vegetables alone would not fill her stomach. Today, they were having a double-flavored pot, because Chen Zhao had bought a lot of offal. Actually, many Americans did not eat offal because of their history. Without many famines in the past, they did not have to eat any intestines. On the other hand, Chen Zhao still maintained his dietary preferences and tastes from China. He loved tripes and other offal. He could not change another person's taste, but he would also not change his own taste for another person. The two clinked their beer bottles and then drank from the bottles directly. Fei Lai was never a gentlewoman, at least since she had moved in. Chen Zhao had never seen her being gentle. She was always so careless and casual. She said that if she still had to pretend to be someone else at home, life would be too tiring. Fei Lai's broth had beer inside. She did not expect pork bones soup to be so delicious after adding beer. She really loved the soup and could not stop from eating more. Suddenly, they heard someone knock on the door. Fei Lai was just scooping a piece of pork bone up to eat. Go and open the door. I'm not free. Chen Zhao wiped his mouth and trotted to the door. Realizing that Leonardo was outside, Chen Zhao immediately tried to pull him in. You came at the right time. Come in and eat dinner with me and Fei Lai. Chen, I'm working, Leonardo said somewhat awkwardly. Work? Chen, did you have a conflict with Depler Rastan earlier? Who's that? A gangster in town. Did he call the police? He harassed Fei Lai, so I beat him up. He's dead. Why? Chen Zhao widened his eyes. You suspect that I'm the murderer? No. We've already done some investigation. After your conflict, you and Fei Lai went to the supermarket and then came home. There are a couple of videos captured by surveillance cameras, so you are not under any suspicion. I only came here to do my routine questioning. Don't even have to record it, Leonardo explained. After all, Chen Zhao was one of his few friends. He did not want to lose such a friend for this. All right. Now that you're done with your questions, can you come in and eat with us? Fei Lai and I prepared a lot of food, including many special Chinese dishes. Come. Leonardo looked into the house for a while and eventually stepped in. Without being overpolite, Leonardo took a bowl and started scooping food up from the hot pot directly. This tastes great. What is it? Tripe. What's tripe? Stop asking and just eat. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes at Leonardo. It's so delicious. I've never had this before. Fei Lai looked doubtful. Is it really that nice? Leonardo, how did Depler Rastan die? Who's Depler? The gangster that harassed you earlier. What? He's dead? Fei Lai exclaimed and stared at Chen Bao. It was no wonder that she had such a reaction. After all, she had just asked Chen Zhao to kill him with sorcery. In the end, he really died. How could she not be surprised? Her first thought was that Chen Zhao had secretly killed him with a spell. He died in his own house. His heart was dug out by someone and placed on his own hand. Wait. Let us finish eating first, Fei Lai said, covering her mouth. Chen Zhao and Leonardo seemed to be much calmer. After all, Leonardo was a police and had seen many corpses before. Chen Zhao was a doctor and had seen many too. As long as the corpse was not badly mutilated, Chen Zhao would not really feel disgusted. They continued wolfing down food and beer. The meal was in full swing. Fei Lai finally tried a piece of tripe. Actually, once she managed to overcome her unease, tripes were quite nice. Their special taste and chewiness were really addictive. It's an animal organ, right? Leonardo asked. Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned. He originally did not intend to tell Leonardo the truth, as he was worried that Leonardo would be disgusted. My grandpa and grandma immigrated here from Italy. My family eats offal, Leonardo said. I could even make lampadato sandwiches, but I really can't tell what organ this is. It's also cow's stomach, but it's the inner layer. Oh, I see. Knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door again. Chen Zhao opened the door and realized it was Melson. Melson, come in. No, I'm still working. I'm looking for Leonardo. I saw his car outside, so he must be here. Sir? Leonardo ran out hurriedly. Melson, I'm sorry. I forced Leonardo to come in. Don't worry. Chen, do you know if that victim had any conflict with anyone? Chen Zhao immediately thought of Ken. When he came back that afternoon, he saw Ken and Depler arguing. However, Chen Zhao decided to hide it and answered. Me. I had a conflict with him. Anyone else? I only moved here for a month. I don't even know all the people in this town. In fact, I don't even know the victim before today. Okay. If you find out anything, remember to call me. I will. Chen Zhao invited again. Why don't you come in and eat with us? We're having a hot pot. Maybe next time. I still have to go back to the crime scene. All right then. See you. Chen Zhao sent Melson and Leonardo out. He noticed that opposite his house, Ken was also at his door, looking in their direction. Chen Zhao had an ominous feeling. It can't be Ken, right? He thought. To be honest, he really did not want Ken to get into trouble. Bant and Mary were both very kind neighbors, while Ken was a rather shy big boy. Chen Zhao did not think that Ken would be the murderer. Chapter 138 Imprint. Chapter 138 Imprint. The sky darkened gradually with misty rain. Ken walked across the street to Chen. He didn't seem to be well. Chen, what did the cop ask you? Ken, tell me. Did you kill that person? No. Ken paled even more from fear. It really wasn't me. Believe me, it really wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. Then where were you 3 hours ago? Ken's lips trembled. He was scared shitless. I was in Depler's house. You were in his house? Doing what? Now, even Chen Zhao suspected that Ken had killed the guy. Ken buried his face in his hands. Chen, I really didn't kill him. You've got to trust me. Can you tell me what happened? I've been stealing stuff from the wine factory to give to Depler, Ken said, pained. Today, he asked me for money. He said that if I don't give him money, he'll tell everyone about this. He has evidence, so I snuck into his house to look for that. Chen Zhao couldn't help but imagine a story. Did Ken run into Depler and, being so tall and big, killed Depler to hide the secret? But if Ken really did that, he wouldn't say all this. Tell me the truth. You really didn't kill the man, right? Yes, it was not me. I was looking for evidence on the second floor and heard a noise below, so I went downstairs. I saw Depler's body. I didn't know how it appeared in the room. When I first got in, there wasn't anything there. How did you get in? I know that he hides his key above the door frame. Did you see the killer? No. I didn't see anything. It was probably just a minute from me hearing the noise to going downstairs. I only saw Depler in a pool of blood. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. Do you think it's possible that Depler and the killer came back together, and someone killed Depler as soon as they entered? And when you went downstairs, the killer was still inside the house? Ken paled even more. I don't know. He was very freaked out. After all, he just escaped from a crime scene. He may become the biggest suspect too. Chen Zhao was sure that Ken had left behind a lot that would work against him, such as fingerprints, hair or skin cells. Ken wasn't a professional criminal. He didn't consider this at all. I didn't tell the police anything, Chen Zhao said. But I'll go to the crime scene to check later. You go home first. Don't think too much. Okay. Returning to his house, Chen Zhao called for Fei Lai. Fei Lai, drive me to town. He didn't believe that Ken was the killer, but he didn't feel it was safe for Fei Lai to be alone at home, so he called her along. What did you and Ken talk about? He might be in trouble. Big trouble. What exactly happened? Ken said that he was in that gangster's home when the killer committed the crime. Fei Lai drove to the crime scene. It was already sectioned off by caution tape. Chen Zhao stood outside. When Leonardo saw him, he walked over. Chen, Fei Lai, how come you're here? I wanted to see if there's any way we can help. Come in. Depler's home was a slightly old-fashioned house. It probably hadn't been repaired in a decade. There was a moldy smell as soon as they entered. The room was dim and there was only a flickering light in the hall. There were many cops walking around, looking for the tiniest clue. His corpse was still in the hallway before the door. There was a big puddle of blood on the ground and stains all around the hall. It seemed like blood was splattered everywhere. Chen Zhao put Fei Lai behind him. Do you want to get some fresh air? No need. I'm not as weak as you think. Chen Zhao looked up. Leonardo, is the forensic scientist here? Not yet. Can I check the body? Please try to keep it as it was. I understand. Get me a pair of gloves. After putting on the gloves, Chen Zhao squatted before the corpse. He opened Depler's shirt and saw 2 holes in the chest. One passed through the back and the other was where the heart was. He must have been pierced through the back and was immobilized. Leonardo, when the forensic comes, they'd better test his blood. Why? The victim's injury should be an attack from the back, but it wasn't enough to make him unable to move or breathe. The weapon must have a highly effective anesthetic that can produce a numbing effect in a short time. Zhao continued. Also, the victim hasn't lost enough blood. Either the criminal took away the blood, or this isn't the first crime scene. Melson walked over now. Chen, you should come work for us as a forensic scientist. I can consider it if you'd give me better benefits, Zhao said, smiling. Melson smiled wryly and shook his head. Forensic scientists had very low wages. Zhao wasn't willing to sacrifice himself to work for the American people. Of course, forensic scientists could be a part-time job. Most of them were part-timers in America. How do you explain the surrounding bloodstains? Leonardo asked. The killer might have purposely spattered blood all over to stop the first crime scene from getting discovered. There seems to be a lot of bloodstains all over, but it doesn't actually need a lot of blood to do this. I think you guys can investigate where the victim went and who he saw before dying. The victim is clutching his heart in his hands. What motive can the killer have? I don't know. It should be your responsibility for finding that out, right? Mid-sentence, Doppler's bloody heart slipped. Zhao saw an imprint. He remembered this. He seemed to have seen it in the magic book, but he couldn't remember what it represented. What does this mark mean? Leonardo saw it too. The previous victim had a similar one, Melson said. Previous victim? The wanted criminal that killed himself by hanging, Melson said. Feilai looked at Zhao. Now, she suspected whether the gangster's death had something to do with Zhao. He'd mainly come to the crime scene to confirm if Ken was the killer or not. Now, he was mostly sure that Ken wasn't the killer, but this couldn't prove his innocence. The imprint that Zhao discovered also reminded him of the gates of hell. Zhao suspected that Doppler's death had something to do with the gates of hell. On the way back, Chen, tell me that the asshole's death has nothing to do with you. Please, do you think I would hide it from you if I did it? What's with the imprint on the guy's hand? I'm not sure yet. I need to read the book, Zhao said. Oh, I feel like the town isn't too safe. You should go live with Sienna for a few days. Chapter 139 Ken's Dark Past. Chapter 139 Ken's Dark Past. Feilai did not go to Sienna's house. Instead, she asked Sienna, David, and Chris to come over. The group sat in a circle in the living room, enjoying a hot pot together. As he ate, David said, How can I miss such an interesting event? As a supernatural event lover, he would clearly not allow himself to miss such an opportunity, even though in the last two supernatural incidents, running away was the only thing he did. Nevertheless, David never seemed to be tired of it. On the other hand, Sienna admitted, I'm only here for the free food. Tell me if you need help. Zhao looked at Chris. How about you? Why are you here? I'm here to hinder your progress, Chris said. Actually, Chris came here because she's scared of living alone, David explained for Chris. Chris and I are working together now. She's in charge of finding customers, and I'll dispel evil spirits. Sienna's mouth was filled with food. We don't have much money for now, Chris said, somewhat embarrassed. Tell me what's the situation now. Sienna put down her bottle of beer. She could really eat all she wanted at Zhao's place. After all, she could hardly have a satisfying meal. However, her behavior was nothing compared to David. David was pouring the boiling hot pot soup into his mouth directly. Zhao stared at him, speechless. Someone in the town wants to summon a demon, Zhao said. Summon a demon? Like the last time? No, it's more severe this time. The last one was only the projection of a demon via a medium. This time, there might be a complete demon. Can you settle it? While it might be a complete demon, it probably wouldn't be too powerful. I've asked a professional for advice, Chen Zhao said. Which means you can end it yourself? Sienna asked. As long as the person doesn't summon a great lord or a demon king whatsoever, I can settle it with the help of my pets. Then why did you ask me to hide? I can settle the demon, but not necessarily the murderer. To complete the summoning ritual, I think that the murderer has to kill a few more people. If he shoots my head with a gun, I'll die too, so why are you even here? To create more trouble? If the murderer targets us, none of us can escape. I have a gun as well. Don't forget I'm a cop, David said confidently. Next time, you settle the supernatural things. Just leave the criminals to me. But we still have to work, right? We can't be sitting here and investigating the murders in town all the time, Chen Zhao pointed out. Don't worry about it. Leave it to me. I'll find the murderer for you. No. I can't confirm if the murderer has any supernatural powers. You're not safe even with a gun. If you pay me, I'll team up with David for now. If he encounters any supernatural forces, I'll protect him, Sienna suggested. Take this meal as your deposit. What? I would rather set up a booth outside. Chris and I are so poor now that we can't even fill our stomachs. I can understand your situation, but why is Chris also jobless? Although Chris had resigned from her position at the clothes store, given her appearance and professionalism, it should not be difficult for her to find a similar job. I feel that my life in the past was too plain. I like being with Sienna, Chris said. After a brief pause, she added, also, I feel safe around her. Sienna, Chris, are you? David sounded both shocked and bitter. In any case, you wouldn't have a chance. Knock, knock. As the group chatted, they suddenly heard a knock at the front door. Chen Zhao went to open the door and saw Bant outside. Standing in the pattering night rain, Bant looked fairly panicked. Ken just told me about the stupid things he did. What should I do? Should I call the police? Bant said painfully. He did not even know if Ken was telling the truth and if he really did not kill the victim. Bant, calm down. I just went to the crime scene. I can guarantee you that Ken is not the murderer. As for the things he did in the past, I can't comment on them. Where's Ken and Mary? Mary is working as a maid for a family in Los Angeles. I don't dare to tell her about it. Ken's home. Come in and have some food. I've a friend inside, a cop. I've told him about it and asked him to help in the investigation. Chen, thank you. I don't know how I can thank you enough. Chen Zhao patted Bant's shoulder. Just relax and stop thinking about it. I'll try my best to help. Ask Ken to come here as well and tell my friend the details. Maybe it'll help. Chen, will your friend? Don't worry. He's just my friend now, not a cop. Bant nodded. He ran back and brought Ken over. After entering the house, Chen Zhao introduced everyone present. When it was Sienna's turn, she actively introduced herself and took out a name card. Hi, I'm a spiritualist. Feel free to find me if you need my help. She's the spiritualist that cleansed my house. I'm not too sure if she's good though, Chen Zhao said awkwardly. Ken, tell us the entire story. Maybe we can help you discover some details that you've overlooked. Ken glanced at Chen Zhao, still somewhat hesitant. After all, he had gone into a person's house alone and the person was dead. Don't worry. Since Chen said that you're not the murderer, I'll believe you, David assured. Ken, stop delaying. Just speak, Bant roared angrily. He was not polite towards his son at all. Deppler and I were friends. We used to play and take drugs together. Ken lowered his head, not daring to look at his father in the eyes. But there was a period when I was broke and couldn't buy drugs. Deppler incited me to steal from the winery. What did you steal? The winery's account book. Account book? Everyone was stunned. They thought that Ken must have stolen something valuable, not an account book. Deppler wanted it. He said that someone wants the winery's account book. Who? I don't know. He didn't tell me who that person was. Since you've taken the account book, you must know the winery's situation. Did you learn anything useful? I slipped into Mr. Treed Pempton's office and copied the account book with a thumb drive. I didn't look at it. Ken paused and then added, I sold it for $1,000. So when Deppler threatened you and said that he had proof of your theft, he must be referring to this thumb drive, right? David questioned. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Chapter 140 Big Client. Chapter 140 Big Client. But the worst-case scenario still happened. The police had found evidence that Ken had entered Deppler's home, and he was taken to the police station. He had become the prime suspect. Plus, he couldn't reveal why he was inside Deppler's home. If he revealed it, it would instead prove that he'd killed the man to keep the secret. After all, Deppler had threatened him before. It was logical for him to kill Deppler. He also couldn't say that he and Deppler were friends. The entire town knew that they'd broken their relationship. Ken couldn't explain why he was in Deppler's home, so he was in danger now. They still handed this case to David to investigate because the others weren't experts in this field. He even took a few days off because of this. They also booked a room in the town's motel and ran to Chen Zhao's home for meals. David was understandable because he came to help, but Sienna and Chris weren't working with him. Did they come to Chen Zhao's house just to get free food? They ate and took everything. It was a bit too much. Today, Chen Zhao was going to go walk outside when Ethan called him. Chen, there's a big client, and the problem seems serious. Do you want it? How serious? I heard from a peer that he's already looked for several doctors but nothing works. What price? $30,000. That much? Then definitely. It's my first time getting such a high price. Give me the address. I hope you can do it. Ethan really wished that Chen Zhao could succeed. After all, if Chen Zhao did, he would make $6,000. An hour later, Chen Zhao reached the south of L.A. There were practically no houses here. It was the suburbs. After passing a densely forested road, a luxurious castle appeared before Chen Zhao. He'd thought that Rasfa's manor was already luxurious enough, but compared to this one, there was still some lengths to go. It felt like Rasfa was a nouveau riche while the owner of this big manor was old money. Chen Zhao's driver was dumbfounded too. But after seeing the manor, he took the money and quickly drove away, leaving Chen Zhao here alone. Through the fence, Chen Zhao saw a man in black walking around, along with a woman dressed in a maid uniform. This was the true fucking elite, wasn't it? Chen Zhao rang the doorbell. The man in black walked over to the metal gate. Who are you? I'm a doctor. Ethan called me over. The man took out a walkie-talkie to ask if their boss had called for a doctor. A while later, he received a reply. Come in. The man led Chen Zhao into the manor while warning. Follow closely. If you wander around, you might die here. Chen Zhao gulped. This was a bit scary. The men in black that patrolled the manor were all armed with actual bullets. He also discovered that there was a sniper hiding in the shadows. Before leading Chen Zhao into the mansion, the man searched him and had him go through a metal detector. How come you have a pet in your box? They'd opened Chen Zhao's toolkit, and two men in black stared at him as if interrogating a criminal. He's my pet like those three. Chen Zhao answered, pointing at Walter, Beelzebub and Carrie. You can check my past records. You'll see that many of my clients know that I bring my pets along. The two men muttered amongst themselves. Then one of them turned and left. Around 20 minutes later, the man came back and nodded to his partner. It's okay. Chen Zhao was finally allowed into the mansion. He was led into an elegantly decorated living room. Every piece of furniture and decoration seemed to be a historic symbol. A middle-aged man sat in the room. He wore a suit and had a small mustache and quiff. Chen Zhao wondered if people who had this hairstyle all had high hairlines. He seemed to be this manor's owner or was at least someone important. Asian, hello? Please sit. Hello, sir. What should I call you? You can call me Sean, the man said. Mr. Sean, I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Chen. You should have all my information, right? Your information from America is set. You are a very good doctor, so I hope you can help me. Mr. Sean, what is your ailment? Not me. It's my father, Sean said. Can you bring me to see your father? To be honest, this manner gave Zhao too much pressure. It was as if even the maids hid a pistol under their dresses. Can I see my patient? Sean took Zhao down a narrow hall and into another room. Zhao saw his patient. He was an elder in a wheelchair, and he probably wasn't able to speak anymore. Judging from his eyes and trembling limbs, he had traumatic paralysis. Zhao knew the general situation after a glance, but he still went forward to check the patient. He'd been paralyzed for at least 3 years. The muscles in his limbs were shriveling up. Mr. Sean, what kind of injury did your father suffer before this happened? My father was hit in the spine from his bodyguard's gun in a close distance. The nerves were completely damaged. The doctor said that there's no possibility of recovering. Mr. Sean, are you sure that an illegal doctor like me can heal your father? Zhao didn't think that Sean had invited him or the other doctors to cure his father. With the current medical level of the world, it was impossible to cure his father. The major hospitals had already confirmed it. Normally, he would be stuck in a wheelchair until death and unable to live alone. Of course, judging from his situation, he didn't have many more years to live. He was already old, and his bodily functions were all failing. After sitting in a wheelchair for so long without being able to move, his muscles couldn't exercise and had shrunk. Zhao predicted that Sean's father had half a year left. I don't need you to cure my father. I want you to make sure he can live at least 1 more year. Sean didn't sound very sad. His answers were always calm. Old Sean on the wheelchair was calm too. He was paralyzed and couldn't even speak properly, but his facial muscles could still manage to move. However, he was emotionless toward his son's cold response. He even thought it was logical. That's it. Chapter 141 1-Year Commitment. Chapter 141 1-Year Commitment. That's it. Sean smiled. Do you know how many doctors I've called already? None of them can guarantee he can live past next June. Indeed, according to my estimation, your father will live for at most 3 or 4 months. To be honest, death may only mean relief to him, Zhao replied. Nevertheless, I still think that I can delay his death. Zhao did not know Sean's purpose. However, as an illegal doctor, he had to follow one rule: never ask the client's motives. The less he knew, the safer he would be. Sean's family was surely not an ordinary one. Zhao felt that his entire family might be in the mafia. But it'll cost more than just $30,000. I need to come here once every week, Zhao said, looking at Sean. Once every week, 30,000 each time. A reasonable price it is. Sean nodded. However, should my father die within a year, his death will also mark yours. It was a blunt death threat. Zhao glanced at old Sean and promised. As long as it's not an accidental death, I can guarantee that he lives. Of course. With great risk also comes great reward. Zhao indeed had to undertake an enormous risk, but if he managed to complete the task, he would receive at least $1.5 million after a year. After deducting Ethan's 20% commission, he would still get $1.2 million. Mr. Sean, let me begin your father's first treatment. Do I need to leave? No. Then let's start. Zhao helped old Sean to dredge his meridians in order to improve his blood circulation. In fact, even without demonic crystals, Zhao was still confident that he could delay old Sean's death. Zhao spent 2 entire hours for the acupuncture. When he collected the needles back after 2 hours, old Sean's face was clearly more ruddy. Sean looked at Zhao. He was now certain that Zhao had not just been exaggerating. He took out the $30,000 cash which he had prepared earlier. Taking the cash, Zhao said, "Thank you. I should leave now. Mr. Sean, If you have any medical needs in the future, you can call me anytime. Bye. Don't send Mr. Chen back to the city. Chen Zhao slapped $6,000 onto Ethan's table. Filled with excitement, Ethan almost leaped onto Chen Zhao and kissed his cheek, but Chen Zhao rejected him forcefully. Chen, I knew you could do it. You're amazing. 6,000 was indeed a huge sum for Ethan. Since you're so happy, how about treat me to a lunch out to thank me? Lee made many burgers. Let's eat here. The kids like my burgers too. Stingy. You just earned over 20,000. Why not you treat me? Don't even think about it. You're Chinese. You should be more generous. This has nothing to do with nationality. I earn my money through hard work. Finding clients for you is hard work as well. Just then, Ethan's phone rang. After he answered the call, he said to Chen Zhao, Look, another client, but not so much money this time. Only 500. Do you want it? What kind of client is it? Ukla. I only know it's a group of students. They probably got themselves into some kind of trouble. University of California is a public university system which comprises 10 campuses. Its main campus used to be in Oakland, but now there is no longer a main campus and all of them have the same level. UCLA, or University of California, Los Angeles, is one of them. Oh yeah, Vincent is no longer driving, right? I heard that he's planning to become an actor. Did you help him? What's strange about it? Who in Los Angeles doesn't dream of becoming a star? Do you dare to say that you've never thought about it? Every Angelino is an actor. Indeed, Hollywood's development has influenced every corner of Los Angeles. Most people in Los Angeles have a job that is in one way or another related to Hollywood. Who would not want to appear on a screen in pure glamour and beauty? Even older people might have the same dream. It's a difficult path. At least he has the path before him, Chen Zhao said. Vincent had obtained this opportunity because of the relationship between Chen Zhao and Stephen, but the opportunity would not be long-lasting. If he could manage to have a fantastic performance in his next 2 or 3 plays, perhaps an agency would find him and offer him more opportunities in the future. On the other hand, if his performance was only mediocre, he would return to his ordinary life. Of course, the key was whether the movie itself had a huge box office taking. If it was a very popular film, the characters inside would also look showy. Another possibility was if he was extremely lucky and a film just wanted a new actor as the lead. However, the odds were exceptionally low. There were indeed actors in Hollywood who became famous overnight, but no more than 1 or 2 every year. Moreover, Vincent's circumstances were rather special. Chen Zhao really hoped that Vincent would succeed. To this end, he was willing to help him whenever he could. Evelyn Model had been constantly persuading her roommate Diana Billis. At the moment, Diana's face was as pale as a sheet. Both of them were medical students, so they roughly knew how severe the situation was. Diana, let me send you to the hospital. You can't delay anymore. Your situation is very dangerous. No way, Diana answered stubbornly, gritting her teeth. Even though she was already very weak, she was still unwilling to go to the hospital. Damn! If you insist on doing this, you'll really die. I've already called a doctor, Diana said with a weak voice. Are you an idiot? You've already been harmed by an illegal doctor, and now you're calling another one here. Evelyn roared in anger. We both read medicine. You should know the risks of finding an illegal doctor. They mostly have had no proper medical training. Some can't even distinguish the various kinds of scalpels. Do you know? I know. If someone finds out about my illegal abortion, all of my secrets will be exposed. I may even be prosecuted, Diana said. So you'll help me to keep my secrets, right? Evelyn seemed somewhat hesitant. As long as you're completely safe, I'll keep your secrets. However, if your life is at stake, I'll call an ambulance immediately. When will the doctor arrive? Chapter 142 Patient in Heat. Chapter 142 patient in heat. Chen Zhao reached the entrance of UCLA. However, the campus was close to 2 square miles and he didn't know where his client was. He decided to call to ask. Hi, I'm the doctor. Are you my client? Where are you? I'll go pick you up. At the main entrance. Chen Zhao waited patiently. A while later, Evelyn model appeared before him. It's you! It's you! They both recognized each other. It was the college student Chen Zhao met on the train from San Diego to L.A. Miss Evelyn, you don't seem to be sick. From my preliminary judgment, you should be quite healthy. Chen Zhao looked like he was observing Evelyn's health, but he was actually enjoying her body. You better be careful with your eyes. Otherwise, I'll have the guys here knock your teeth out, just like how you were when we first met. You have boxers in your school? You don't even reach my school's average height for guys and you want to fight? Evelyn said with disdain. You can find someone to try. If you get beaten up, there'll be no one to treat my friend. Aren't you a medical student? Why do you need an illegal doctor like me? Hurry up. My friend's in a bad situation. They kept bickering along the way, but Chen Zhao didn't dally. After reaching Evelyn's dorm, Chen Zhao saw Diana Bills who was lying on the bed. He immediately walked over and grabbed Diana's wrist. You don't need to feel her pulse. Her uterus is bleeding. She went through labor induction? Chen Zhao asked, looking up. Yes. Illegal abortion? Yes. Even in a progressive country like America, illegal abortions still occurred. There were many reasons why people chose to do one, but it was obviously very dangerous. The sanitary conditions in many illegal clinics were horrible. The surgeons weren't very professional either. Abortions required high standards for the environment and surgery. If it was done in an actual hospital, it would be very safe and just a small surgery. But if done in an illegal clinic, it would become extremely dangerous. More than 100,000 Americans die from illegal abortions annually. Can I check under her? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, Diana answered in a weak voice before Evelyn could say anything. Chen Zhao took out a vaginal expansion device and started checking carefully. Her uterus seems to be infected. Did she take any antibiotics after the surgery? Most accidents after illegal abortions were due to the injury getting infected from the bad sanitary conditions. She's allergic to antibiotics. All antibiotics? She's allergic to most types of medicine, Evelyn said. Being allergic to medicine was the worst situation. She has a high fever of 101 degrees. I have to lower her temperature, Chen Zhao said. She's not allergic to alcohol, right? Right. Wipe rubbing alcohol all over her body. Alcohol was the fastest way to take away a person's heat. This made it the best method for physical cooling. What about her infection? I have some medicine I made myself. It should work. Are you sure your disgusting-looking medicine can work? It won't bring Diana to see God, right? The biggest possibility is that she's going to hell. In Western religions, abortion was one of the biggest sins. If Diana really died, she would have to go to hell. Humph! Evelyn huffed, clearly unhappy with Chen Zhao's words. Chen Zhao picked through his kit and chose a bottle of demonic medicine. What's that? My unique formula, Chen Zhao said. You illegal doctors just love having random formulas. If anything happens to Diana, I'm never going to forgive you. If something really happens to her, you'll be to blame as well. Miss, drink this. You'll get better. Diana sniffed the medicine. What's this? I can't tell the ingredients at all. I told you it's my own formula. Drink it. Are you sure I won't die? I promise. I promise you'll live nicely. Otherwise, I'll have to go to jail. It tastes weird. I'll add sugar next time. Chen Zhao chuckled. You're so sweet. Where are you from? I'm from China. Can you be my boyfriend? I have a girlfriend. When you break up with her, can you date me? Why do you want to date a Chinese guy? You make me feel comfortable. Plus, you saw my body already. I'm a doctor. you're a med student too. You should know that doctors often can't help but touch a patient's body. Chen Zhao wouldn't take a half-conscious patient's words seriously. Many patients would feel helpless and develop a reliance on the doctor. These may be Diana's genuine words, but after a while, she might not even remember that she said all this. Of course, rejecting Diana was mostly because Chen Zhao didn't want to have another relationship. At least, he didn't know anything about Diana and he couldn't agree so impulsively. Evely glared at Chen Zhao without saying anything. Diana, how do you feel? Better. Diana looked at Chen Zhao. Do you have to leave now? After a bit. I need to observe your condition. Can you talk to me? Of course. What do you want to talk about? Chen Zhao sat down beside the bed and looked at Diana with gentle eyes. Don't you want to know whose baby I aborted? If you want to talk about it. Chen Zhao would never purposely probe into a client's private matters. Even if he was curious, he still had to respect their wishes. Diana rested her head on Chen Zhao's thigh. She was a very pretty and youthful girl. Slowly, she told Chen Zhao about her story. His heart felt heavy because it was such a sad past. However, he understood why Diana would choose abortion. She'd been drugged and raped. She didn't even know who the father was. Don't think that these girls are all very open. Not everyone was able to think lightly about these things. To most girls, what Diana went through was a catastrophe. Chapter 143 I'm her boyfriend. Chapter 143 I'm her boyfriend. Just then, someone knocked on the front door. Diana, Evely, are you in? Chen Zhao found the voice somewhat familiar. Shit, it's the professor. Evely suddenly became very anxious. Chen Zhao remembered. It was Wright, Ethan's grandmother. I heard you. I'm opening the door, Wright said again. Wright pushed the door open and saw Chen Zhao, Evely, as well as Diana, who was on her bed with a blanket on. Hi, Wright, how are you doing? Chen, why are you here? You. Wright inspected the room. She saw the blood-stain-filled bin, the messy room, and Evely's nervous look. Diana, are you ill? Yes, Madam Wright, I'm not feeling well. Why didn't you go to the hospital? Or tell me about it? Right, let's go and drink something together. Chen, you know that I can reject anyone but you. Let's go. Wright still gave face to Chen. However, before she left, she looked at Diana and Evely. Ladies, if you have any trouble, you can tell me. I believe I can help you. Of course, you can find him too. He's the only illegal doctor that I trust. Right, I'm flattered by your compliment. Chen Zhao looked rather shy. He turned his head and looked at Diana and Evely. Evely, take care of Diana. Bye. Bye. Chen, is Diana all right? Not too good, but I believe she'll make it. Is it inconvenient for you to tell me? Right, you don't want me to go against my own professional conduct, do you? Since you said so, I trust that you wouldn't let anything happen to my student. Thank you for your trust. Chen Zhao was really scared that Wright would keep asking. He also had no idea how to reply. Chen, do you want to teach in the university? Right, stop joking with me. I can't be a teacher. You're more than good enough. If you want, you can become a medicine lecturer here. I don't even have a medical license. How can I be qualified to teach the students here? Wright shook her head. No need for a license. I think that you are qualified, and so you are. Forget it. I'm satisfied with my current job. All right. I won't force you. After all, Wright was over 90 years old already. She knew how to deal with other people. Some things just cannot be forced. One has to differentiate between ideals and reality. For example, her student 4 always liked to idealize work and life. While Wright looked kind and gentle in front of Chen Zhao, both students and teachers in the school would take the long way just to avoid her after noticing her. In this university, nobody was more senior than her. Half of the lecturers and even the professors in the School of Medicine were either her students or students of her students. To be blunt, Wright was almost like the empress of the university. After walking for a while, Wright was already tired. Chen Zhao held her arm and they sat down on a bench nearby. Right, how's your body recently? Not bad, except that my waist would hurt every now and then. Do you want some acupuncture? It can relieve your pain for 1 or 2 months. Let's make an appointment. I still have a lesson later. Okay. By the way, you seem to have your pets with you every time I see you. Is it your habit? Yup. I'm afraid that they'll demolish my house, so I have to bring them with me. That student over there. Please buy us 2 cups of coffee. Thanks. Wright instructed a nearby student directly. Chen Zhao was speechless. Wright was indeed the empress. Yes, Professor. Right. Chen Zhao found it really special to drink coffee with a granny on a university bench. After they finished their drinks, Wright stood up. Chen, I'm going for my lesson. Chen Zhao hugged Wright. You have my number. If you feel unwell, call me anytime. Don't worry, I'm a doctor too. Minor illnesses can't stump me. After Wright left, Chen Zhao was ready to leave as well. Before long, however, Chen Zhao was stopped. A few students who were rather fit blocked Chen Zhao's path with their hands crossed before their chests. The Asian there, come here. Their leader was at least 9 meters tall and perhaps as heavy as Gaia. What? The muscle-man put his hand onto Chen Zhao's shoulder. I saw you with Evely just now. Can you explain your relationship? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. It looked just like those TV scenes where a school bully encountered his love rival. I'm her boyfriend, Chen Zhao replied with a smile on his face. Yellow-skinned monkey, you don't deserve Evely. If you don't want to. Chen Zhao punched the bully in the stomach. The bully covered his stomach with his hands and knelt on the ground, vomiting his lunch out. Kid, do you know how childish you are? Chen Zhao squatted down before the bully and patted his cheek. It's not embarrassing to challenge your love rival. What's embarrassing is that you can't beat him, and instead you're beaten up. Horton, dame, beat him up. Chen Zhao immediately grabbed the bully's shoulder and lifted him into the air with a single hand. Chen Zhao was half a head shorter than the bully, but now he was holding the bully with just one hand. The scene was indeed somewhat terrifying. The bully felt that his shoulder was about to be crushed, and his face was filled with pain. Let go. Let go of me. If you dare to do anything to me in school, I'll report you. Before you call the police, you better prepare a script first. Racial discrimination is no light crime. Should any of you leak it by accident, I will have no idea if you would be expelled by the university. Chen Zhao threw the bully onto the lawn. The students around him gave way and no longer dared to block his path. Of course, nobody dared to call the police. No one would dare to display any form of racism openly. If a university student was found guilty, no matter what his background was, he would be expelled. Chen Zhao dared to punch the bully in public precisely because of this. He did not know who the bully was, but even if his family was extremely rich, they might not be able to do much to Chen Zhao. Perhaps rich people could do whatever they wanted to legal organizations, but not towards the common man. Rich people certainly cherished their reputation. They would not use the special relations they had just because their kids had a fight in school. Chapter 144 Going to Hell at the School Entrance. Chapter 144 Going to Hell at the School Entrance. McAllen Bodie was brought to the infirmary by some football players. He wasn't badly hurt, but his shoulder and collarbones seemed to be dislocated. The students didn't know just how strong that Asian man was. He'd lifted all 200 pounds of McAllen with one hand. They probably couldn't even lift him with 2 hands. To be honest, they were all pretty strong students. They played football, after all. You couldn't play it if you weren't strong enough. But they really weren't good enough to fight aggressively. At most, they would bully the regular students, but they found a strong match this time. That Asian man had really scared them. More importantly, they were in the wrong. When the nurse saw McAllen, he thought they'd gotten hurt on the field. McAllen, where you are hurt? Shoulder, my shoulder, McAllen said in pain. I can't move my shoulder. The nurse Annabelle had McAllen take off his shirt. His shoulder was swollen already. You didn't get hurt on the field, right? Yeah, someone squeezed me. No way. How strong does someone have to be to squeeze your shoulder like this? Annabelle checked McAllen's injury and took out an ice pack. Ice it yourself. That guy is a monster. He lifted me up with one hand. Is it even possible to lift you up with one hand with your size? That guy isn't even bigger than me, that asshole. Does he lift weights? That was the only possibility that Annabelle could think of. Someone who wasn't as big as McAllen but could be so strong had to be a weightlifter. He doesn't look strong at all, but he's Evely's boyfriend. Oh, I see. Annabelle instantly understood why McAllen got taught a lesson. He'd probably gotten jealous and went to cause trouble but was beaten up instead. Annabelle pushed McAllen's dislocated bones back in place, making him howl in pain. Annabelle, you're close to the boxing club, right? No, no! Annabelle cut him off. You're too immature. I won't help you. McAllen was hurt. It was the second time someone called him immature today. If you help me contact them, I'll give you $500. Annabelle arched an eyebrow. He made less than $2,000 each month working here. To be honest, this wasn't enough for his everyday needs. Plus, he smoked weed occasionally. $500 wasn't a small number. It made him hesitate. However, if the school found out, he would lose his job. No, I won't do something like this. 1,000. McAllen raised the price. 2,000. Annabelle gave in. It's not easy to get Tiger to help. I hope he can knock that asshole's teeth out. Of course, but I hope no one will know about this. Of course. I don't want to get expelled either. Annabelle wasn't a gangster. He'd actually graduated from this school too. However, he liked to befriend all types of people. Many times, the students could ask him to help them take care of some small problems. This was also why the school always gave him low ratings. If not for the fact that he hadn't done anything major, he would have been fired long ago. When Zhao exited the campus, a car stopped before him. Chris popped her head out. Chen, how come you're here? Zhao looked inside. Chris and Sienna were both there. One of my clients is a student here. What about you two? Why did you come? Our client is here too, Sienna said. You want to come play? I'm a doctor. Zhao rolled his eyes. Chris, are you sure you want to go with Sienna on these dangerous trips? I find it interesting. Plus, I don't have a choice. Chen, there's a cursed place here. Are you sure you don't want to come? How much is your client paying? $3,000. Sienna blushed when she said that. To her, $3,000 was a big number. Good luck and goodbye. Come on, maybe we need your help. Zhao suddenly felt his right hand heat up. It was similar to when his hand swallowed the reflection demon. What was going on? Why was it acting up now? Zhao raised his hands to look. They were turning transparent. Oh no. A demon in hell was summoning him, in broad daylight, in a public place. He quickly ducked into the car while Sienna and Chris looked at him curiously. As his body continued fading, Chris asked caringly, Chen, what's happening? Sienna, do you know what's happening? I don't know. He looks like he's disappearing. Don't ask any questions. I may need to leave for a while. It could be a few days or only a few hours. Chen, what's wrong exactly? He obviously wouldn't tell them that he was going to hell. It had always been humans summoning demons instead of the other way around. A few minutes later, Zhao had disappeared completely. Only Beelzebub and the other small demons were left. They were used to this already. Chris and Sienna stared at each other. I feel like Chen is getting more and more mysterious. I've never heard of this kind of magic before. Are Asian spells this strong? I feel like they're much more powerful than Western spells. When Zhao arrived in hell, 3 familiar people stood before him. There was Beelzebub Sophie, his wife, the demoness with the fire dragon bloodline, and her servant, Jessica. Human, welcome. Zhao opened his arms. He was honestly too big. His hug was like a mountain pressing down on Chen Zhao. Lord Zhao, I think we must come to an agreement. Next time you summon me, please do it when I'm sleeping. When you do it suddenly, it can be troublesome for me. All right. I will ask Little Vito next time, but can you help me with a serious problem right now? Chapter 145 I'm entrusting my son to you. Chapter 145 I'm entrusting my son to you. Chen Zhao immediately got a headache from Beelzebub Zhou's words. Beelzebub Zhou was a great demon lord. How could Chen Zhao solve a big problem that even he could not? Was this great demon lord favoring him a bit too much? What is it? Beelzebub Zhou lifted his head and pointed at the sky above Obsidian Castle. An enormous creature was circling around the castle with his wings fully extended, occasionally throwing out pillars of raging flames from his mouth. It was the first time Chen Zhao saw a dragon that would only appear in Western mythology. He had red skin, a gigantic body, and continued attacking Obsidian Castle with his flames. This is the big trouble I was talking about. Lord Zhou, are you sure I can solve this problem? I'm no dragon slayer. I don't think I can settle it if even you can't. I'm not asking you to defeat him. He's my son, Abitos, whom you helped to deliver. What? He's your son? It's just been about 20 days since he was born, right? He has 2 noble bloodlines in his veins, so his growth is rather special. His fire dragon bloodline awakened first. Now, whenever he cries or throws a tantrum, he'll turn into a fire dragon and destroy everything around him. Since his birth, a few dozen of servants had been fried by him already. Even though Beelzebub Zhou was a great demon lord, he was still very much helpless because of his naughty son. How do you want me to help? I can't even fight him, let alone discipline him. You can summon him to the human world, before he kills all the servants in Obsidian. What? Isn't he just trying to move the disaster to a different place? With your son's temper, I'll only kill myself by summoning him to the human world. Rest assured. Because of the principles of the human world, his power will become much weaker, and he wouldn't be able to threaten you. But how do I summon him to the human world? And it's his true form. I've never summoned an actual demon. As long as you offer sufficient sacrifices. Sacrifices? You mean souls? I have 2 souls now. Is it enough? Chen Zhao had received the souls as a token of appreciation from the mud man whom he had treated. He had no idea what these 2 souls could be used for. Don't worry. I can supply those. I have enough sacrifices, but you need to build a gate of hell first. Gate of hell? Maybe I can use that gate of hell, although it's not complete. I believe you'll teach me how to build a gate of hell, right? No, gates of hell are complicated. By the time you learn it, Abitos would have become an adult already. Then how? I'll let Jessica go to the human world. She'll be building the gate of hell. Living Lord, this is my ritual implement. Please take it. Jessica offered her demonic ritual implement to Chen Zhao. But if I summon Abitos to the human world, he'll become my demon servant. Is that really fine? Of course. To become a living human's ally isn't a humiliation to Abitos' noble bloodline. Jessica will become my servant too. Are you sure it's fine? Jessica will only go to the human world temporarily. There's a time limit when you summon a demon with her ritual implement. Zhou, I want to go to the human world too. I've never seen it, Oris said. Oris, you can't go. You're a superior demon. I don't have enough resources to send you to the human world, unless I sell Obsidian Castle away. Projection. If only my projection goes there, we only need a small amount. No. The only way to go to the human world was to become Chen Zhao's demon servant. Beelzebub Zhou would let his son and servant become Chen Zhao's demon servants, but not his wife, not even her projection. Abitos, come down! Beelzebub Zhou roared. Abitos flew one round in the sky and then spouted a mouthful of dragon breath at Beelzebub Sophie. Chen Zhao could feel his legs trembling as he stood beside Beelzebub Sophie. He was also in Abito's attack range. The next moment, a huge red screen appeared above the party. A pair of dragon wings had extended out from Oris's back and covered the group. While her body did not change, her wings alone were several times bigger than Abito's. Chen Zhao wondered how big her true form was. Perhaps even larger than Obsidian Castle? Abito's! A fierce look flashed across Oris's eyes. As expected, Abito's obediently landed before Oris. After all, naughty kids were most scared of their moms. Abito's rubbed his head against Oris's body, as if he was displaying his affection. Abito's, this is Chen Zhao. You should remember him. He's the one who delivered you. Abito's approached Chen Zhao. Even though Chen Zhao knew that he would not be hurt, he was still stressed out by the enormous creature before him. Abito's seemed to have felt a familiar smell from Chen Zhao. Sticking out his large and hot tongue, he licked Chen Zhao's body. Chen Zhao felt as if he just had a sauna. Even his skin turned red. Suddenly, his arm started twitching, after which a mouth appeared on his hand. Oh yeah, what happened to my arm? You now have my bloodline, but because you're a human, you aren't able to completely merge with the demon's bloodline. Therefore, only your hand has changed, Beelzebub Sophie said. It can distinguish those who can threaten you from those who are harmless. Can I not control it? You can learn to control it. Anyway, Jessica will be beside you from now on. You can learn from her, Beelzebub Sophie said. Do I have to stay for another day this time? I'm afraid I can't change that. You can use this opportunity to know Abito's better. Chen Zhao really did not want to be with Abito's, especially when it was only the two of them. Nevertheless, Abito's really liked Chen Zhao, or at least he believed so. Abito's held Chen Zhao with his giant mouth. Then, he took off and flew out of Obsidian Castle. It was certainly not an amazing experience. Chen Zhao wildly waved his limbs in the air. If Abito's let go, he would fall down at once. Although he had no idea if he would die under the protection of the principals, he definitely did not want such an experience. Ada, don't you like to fly? Ada? Why do you call me Ada? Chen Zhao knew demon's language. He knew that Ada meant kin. You're Ada, Abito said. His answer really reflected the fact that he was just a child, pure and kind. Put me on your head. I don't enjoy being held by your mouth. Oh. Then in the future, Ada will sit on my head. Chapter 146 Becoming a Dragon Knight Once in This Lifetime. Chapter 146 Becoming a Dragon Knight Once in This Lifetime. Abito's put Chen Zhao on his head. It was the perfect size for Chen Zhao to sit on. Chen Zhao felt that Abito's was more approachable than his parents'. However, his head wasn't that comfortable. The scales that stuck out were very hard. It felt like sitting on a sharp, rocky beach. Of course, Chen Zhao wouldn't complain about this pain. He felt like he was a dragon knight now. Riding this majestic and terrifying fire dragon satisfied his dreams. He still needed armor and a sword though. Maybe he could borrow a set from Blackie's house. The next moment, he saw a conflict below him. Two demons were crazily attacking each other. Due to Chen Zhao's limited knowledge of demons, he couldn't tell what kinds of demons they were. One of them was like a mix between a lion and dog. It was huge, but the other one was multiple times bigger. It looked like an octopus mutant where the upper half was a human and the lower half was an octopus. The two demons had such a large difference in size, but there was no clear winner. They were equal matches. Amidst their intense fight, a huge shadow suddenly loomed over them. The two demons stopped immediately. They saw a huge dragon stopped above them, wings flapping powerfully. There was also a man on the dragon's head. The human had neither a demon's aura nor a dead aura. A living being. This thought immediately appeared in the two demons' minds. This living being must be very powerful. Otherwise, how could he tame a dragon to ride? Respected living lord, how may we help you? Oh, nothing. Keep fighting. We're just watching. Chen Zhao waved his hand. I won't interrupt your fighting. Suddenly, Chen Zhao saw a thick snake wrapped around the lion dog's waist. It was probably as thick as Chen Zhao's arm and had 9 heads. Was that a hydra? Chen Zhao knew that hydras from Greek mythology really existed in hell. However, they were quite rare. The hydra around the lion dog demon obviously wasn't as awesome as the ones in Greek mythology, though. He remembered that many formulas in the demonic medicine book required heads of the hydra. The demon on that side, what's your name? Living lord, I am Badak, the lion dog demon said. The octopus demon got a little worried. If the living being sided with Badak, he would be in trouble. Would you sell that hydra? Badak's first thought was, this living being wants to fight over the hydra too. The octopus was even more worried now because their fight had begun because of this hydra. I can pay you demonic crystals. Can I ask your price? Badak was worried that Chen Zhao would rob him, but he still wanted to try and know the price. Quote me your price. I'm not really familiar with the prices in hell. Respected living lord, will you really pay with demonic crystals? Yes. 50 years worth? Badak suggested fearfully. 40 years. Sure. Badak immediately accepted this price. What he was afraid of was whether Chen Zhao would forcefully take the hydra, not if he would give demonic crystals or not. Since Chen Zhao bargained with him, it was less likely he would just forcefully take it. When Chen Zhao took out a pile of demonic crystals, Badak and the octopus's eyes widened. It was a huge fortune. They probably wouldn't make so many demonic crystals in their entire lives. There was even a perfect crystal, a huge one. Wait! The octopus suddenly yelled. Respected living lord, the hydra isn't his. I found it first. He stole it from me. You should pay me, not that despicable and lowly thing. But the hydra is on him, not you. The octopus tried to approach Chen Zhao to persuade him. Abitos lowered his head and opened his maw at him. Bastard, move back! Do you want to die? Abitos threatened. The octopus felt wronged. He actually was reasonable. I don't care about your conflict. I just know that I will receive what I want. Take care of your own conflict. Chen Zhao didn't care which demon would win or lose. The octopus didn't dare do anything to Chen Zhao either. After watching Chen Zhao and Badak exchange items, he turned to the latter. Stealing the hydra and demonic crystals were the same. They'd completed the exchange, but that didn't mean that Badak could take the demonic crystals away. After getting the hydra, Chen Zhao hopped onto Abitos and they flew away in the sky. This hydra was very, very weak. It wasn't an adult yet, but hydras were very intelligent. It knew who to fear and respect. You didn't have to kill a hydra to use its head in medicine. You only had to cut off a head and it would grow back. Like the myth said, it wouldn't die unless all 9 heads were cut off at once. However, the young hydra was pretty weak, so Chen Zhao didn't plan on using its head yet. From now on, you'll be called Little Nine. Little Nine wasn't very brave. Its 9 heads only had 1 mind too, unlike the 3 hellhounds that had 3 independent minds. Little Nine wasn't a demon. It was only a hell creature, so Chen Zhao only had to toss it into the spatial ring to take it away from hell. When he got home, David, Feili, Sienna, and Chris were all there. Chen, you're finally back. You've been missing for 24 hours. I heard from Sienna and Chris that you vanished before their eyes and went missing. Is that true? Where did you go? I can't answer your question. It's a secret. Chen Zhao sprawled onto the sofa. Get me some food. I'm so tired. Why can't you tell us? Everyone has their own secrets. Let me have my own secrets, alright? Fine. They could only accept the fact that Chen Zhao didn't want to say anything. Chen, I found some information. What? I discovered that a deposit of $5,000 in Depler's account that is really suspicious. It's from the boss at the Demington Chemical Factory. The chemical factory's boss? Yes, it was a month ago, or 3 days after Ken stole the wine factory's account book. Chapter 147 Investigation. Chapter 147 Investigation. So the owner of the chemical factory wants the account book. That's very possible. The chemical factory has always wanted to take the winery's original location, so it's not surprising that they wanted the winery's account book, Feili said. This was a widely known fact in the town. It was therefore also unsurprising that Feili knew about it. And then the winery caught on fire. Could it be the chemical factory's owner? Zhao started suspecting the owner too. Everyone looked at David. David, can you bring the factory's owner back to the station for interrogation? No, this area is not in my charge. We don't even have enough evidence, so I have no right to bring him back, I'm afraid. David shook his head. How about we capture him, beat him up real bad, and then question him? Chris suggested. She was a truly lawless woman. Zhao was speechless. Great plan! Let's do this. Apart from Zhao, everyone seemed to think that it was a good idea, including David. He even appeared to be fully ready for the strategy. Are you sure it's good? Zhao really wanted to stop them, but everyone was already enchanted and filled with excitement. Chen, don't you feel like we're the protagonists in a movie? Charging into the face of danger just to find out the truth. Chen, the two of us will go and get the owner. Me? Am I part of it? We can't let 3 women do it, can we? What's your plan? Zhao realized that calling them here was a grave mistake. I know where the owner of Demington Chemical Factory lives. It's a crime to break into someone's house. We don't have to. We can intercept him on his way home. There's a path that he has to take. How do we intercept him? Don't worry. I have a plan. Pierce South was driving home. He would have to pass a narrow road which was surrounded by a tall forest. However, when he reached the forest road, a tree was lying in his way. Seeing the tree, Pierce South could only leave his car to check the situation. The tree was not big. If he had another person with him, they would be able to move it away, but it would be too difficult to do so alone. Suddenly, however, 2 masked men charged out from the side of the road. They were extremely fast and managed to subdue Pierce South before he could even react. Let me go. Do you know who I am? The 2 masked men were of course Zhao and David. Ignoring Pierce's roaring, they dragged him into the small forest right away. How much money do you want? How much? Pierce shouted in horror. We don't want money. David and Zhao both had voice changers with them. They even wore 2 more layers in their coats to prevent Pierce from recognizing their sizes and voices. Then what do you want? You killed Deppler, right? David pretended to be furious. Deppler's our brother. He told us everything. You asked him to burn the winery, but you didn't give him the money as promised and were worried that he would leak your secret, so you killed him. Pierce South was momentarily stunned, but he quickly came to his senses. No, I didn't kill anyone. I didn't even know that Deppler's dead. Pierce was not a resident of Mountain Town. Instead, he lived in a nearby town. Maybe it's not you, but it's definitely related to you. You must have used your wealth to ask someone else to do it, you murderer. No, you're mistaken. I admit that I was happy about the winery's fire, but I wouldn't have taken such a huge risk. It doesn't benefit me. Deppler and I were only partners. I only wanted to know the winery's operating conditions and how much my factory needs to buy that piece of land. How do I know if you're telling the truth? You better investigate the winery's owner. He's much more suspicious. Treed Pempton? Why is that so? Many people in town thought that the winery's going to close down soon, but I saw the winery's accounts. In fact, the winery's been in a good condition and earning profits all along, but he kept claiming that the winery's suffering a great loss. Why would he do that? How would I know? Pierce looked at the 2 before him. You're not Deppler's friends, right? I know Deppler too well. He doesn't have a friend who's willing to avenge him. You know that I'm not the murderer. You only wanted to gain some information from me. Pierce lifted his head and stared at Chen Zhao. Although you've been masked and silent, I know who you are. You're the hero who saved a few people from the burning winery that day. You didn't speak because you're afraid that I can recognize your accent. Indeed, Chen Zhao had been quiet because he still had an accent whenever he spoke English. As for you, I don't know. Pierce glanced at David. He was not a god and could not possibly know David's identity. If you want to investigate Depler's death, I think that the most suspicious person is Treed, the winery's owner. Do you think that your words can make you innocent? Who knows if you're just trying to blame Treed for everything? After all, everyone in town knows that you want to buy the winery's land and turn it into a chemical factory. The winery's fire clearly benefits you more. I said I'm a legal businessman. Turning the winery into a chemical factory is a good business opportunity for me, but it's neither the only choice nor the best choice. The residents of Mountain Town have always been against having a chemical factory in town, so we still have a few other choices. I don't have to kill someone or burn the winery down just to get that piece of land. They're way too risky for my company. Then why did you say that Treed is much more suspicious? First of all, as the winery's owner, he deliberately held the winery's real accounts back. It's already suspicious as to why he wanted everyone to think that his winery was making a loss. Perhaps Depler found the secret out. Depler being Depler, once he found someone's secret, he would surely blackmail the person. Thus I think it's more likely that he was killed by Treed. Your suspicion against Treed can similarly be used on yourself. You hired Depler to burn the winery down, and then Depler used it to blackmail you. I said my interests are clear. Before I burn something or kill someone, I need to have a sufficiently promising gain. A few millions is definitely not enough for me to take such a huge risk. On the other hand, Treed's motives are unclear, so he's more suspicious. Perhaps he even created the fire himself to hide something or achieve something. Hearing Pierce's words, Chen Zhao felt his heart skip a beat. He suddenly realized the problem. Chapter 148 Old Witch. Chapter 148 Old Witch. Before going to the gates of hell, Chen Zhao had heard Blackie mention it twice. The first time was when they'd first discovered it. The second time was when changes had occurred to the gates and they'd realized that someone in town was doing some sort of ritual. The changes meant that someone was doing sacrifices. The fire had occurred after Blackie's first mention and before his second mention. 8 people died in the fire. Did they all get sacrificed? If this was true, the situation would become clear. Treed Pempton had either caused the fire himself or had Depler do it for him. He was clear that he had to face great compensations after the fire. He transferred his assets by hiding the state of the winery. If everything went smoothly, he could announce bankruptcy, and then he wouldn't have to pay with his own assets. Depler wanted to use this to blackmail Treed. Instead, it pissed Treed off. He decided to go full out and just sacrifice Depler. Pierce South looked at Chen Zhao. It looks like you thought of something. Chen Zhao glanced at him and then said to David, Let's go. You're leaving just like this? David glanced at Pierce. What, you want us to kill you? Fine, bye. Pierce shrugged. Chen, did you think of something? I feel like Treed might really be the culprit. Are you sure? No. I don't have any evidence. Tell me your analysis. After Chen Zhao told David his ideas and thought process, David was convinced. You said that there needs to be more sacrifices to complete the gates of hell, right? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. How many lives are needed to complete it? 13. If the 8 victims of the fire were sacrificed, as well as Depler, then there are 4 more. Or could the sacrifices have started before the fire? What do you mean? Have there been any other murders in Mountain Town before the fire? Any suspicious deaths? Chen Zhao suddenly remembered another case that had happened earlier. It had been a serial killer, though. On the surface, it looked as if the serial killer had committed suicide. Chen Zhao had still talked with Melson, who hypothesized that it wasn't suicide. Chen Zhao hadn't thought much about it before. After all, he was a wanted criminal that had nothing to do with Chen Zhao. Now, it seemed very suspicious. He told David, who thought for a moment and said, "First, we must confirm whether the victim had been called to the town or had come here coincidentally." Chen Zhao's eyes flashed. The victim lived in a duplex. A wanted criminal can't be rich enough to live in a big house like that. "Do you know the landlord?" David asked. "No, but Bant must know. Let's go ask him." There weren't many people in the town. It wasn't hard to find the owner of a house. After Chen Zhao and David returned to town, they went straight to Bant. "Bant, are you home?" A while later, Bant opened the door. He was very happy to see Chen Zhao and David. This was probably the only thing that could make him happy after Ken was taken away by the police. "Chen, David, come on in. Bant, do you remember that wanted criminal that died in the duplex across from the restaurant?" "Yeah, why? Does it have something to do with Depler's death?" "We suspect that it was done by the same person, so we want to know the owner of the duplex." "It belongs to the old witch Winry Gargamel." "Old witch?" "Yeah, she's a really weird and eccentric old lady," Bant said. "No one in town likes to interact with her. She's scary." Chen Zhao exchanged glances with David. The nickname, Old Witch, made them feel like she was related. "Does she do anything strange?" "There are always dead animals around her house. The one I remember the best is my childhood dog called Ken." "Wait, you said that your childhood dog was named Ken?" "Yes, that's why I named my son Ken. I named him after my dog." "Okay, let's continue." "I was only 8 years old. One day, I realized that Ken was gone. I looked everywhere and finally found that Ken was hanging before the old witch's house. My parents fought with her because of this too. If she did it, she wouldn't hang the dog in front of her house, right? I don't know if she did it, but my parents were sure. They said that the old witch has some past records." "You're in your 40s now, right?" 48. "This means that this even happened 40 years ago. That old witch should be quite old now, right?" "I don't know how old she is, but she has to be much older than my parents." "Your parents?" "My dad is 78 years old. So how old is older than your father?" "I think she was in her 60s back then." 40 years ago, Bant's father was 38, while the old witch was almost 30 years older than him. This meant that she was already over 100 now. Both Chen Zhao and David gasped. Bant looked at them. "Chen, is this related to the old witch?" "I'm not sure yet," Chen Zhao said. "Does she usually live in the duplex where the serial killer died?" "No, her house has been empty for a long time. I wouldn't have known that she rented out if that guy didn't die in there." "Where does she live now?" "Outside of town." "Do you want me to drive you there?" "No need. Just tell us the address. This might be dangerous, so don't get involved." "No, I can't have you two take risks." "Bant, don't act emotions and don't worry. David and I are pretty good at fighting. We can take on 3 or 4 guys like you, let alone an old 100-year-old witch." After leaving Bant's house, David asked, "Chen, is there some spell that can make you live that long?" "I don't know. You should find an expert like Sienna." "But Sienna isn't as powerful as you. How would she know if you don't know?" "Not necessarily. How would you know that she doesn't know if you don't ask her?" "Fine, I'll call and ask." "If we tell the police that Depler was killed by an old woman who's over 100 years old, we'll probably be arrested first, right?" Chris commented. "Not if we can obtain some key evidence," David said. "Chen, did you say that the winery's owner, Treed Pempton, is involved in all this?" "It's merely my suspicion for now. Can't confirm it yet." While Chen Zhao really suspected Treed, he had no solid evidence to prove his guess yet. "Then we'll let them expose themselves," David suggested. "How?" "Let them know that I'm investigating them, and then show up in front of them. Perhaps they'll take me as a sacrificial offering in order to conceal the truth." Frowning, Chen Zhao shook his head and rejected. It's too risky. Let me be the bait. Chen, don't forget that I've taken your potion. I'm at least twice as strong as a normal person now. Can you survive a bullet? Air. No. So it doesn't matter how strong you are. Just then, Fei Lai came home. The conversation came to an abrupt stop. Fei Lai scanned everyone in the living room. Is there something going on that you're not telling me? No, said everyone in unison. So you are hiding something from me, Fei Lai confirmed. It's useless for you to know it. There's an old monster in town, so Fei Lai, starting from tomorrow, Walter will be with you. Chris, you'll have Carrie. David, you'll be frequently on the roads, so Beelzebub will follow you. Sienna, bring Raymond with you, Chen Zhao said. They were overjoyed to be able to get a pet each. In the mirror ward last time, they saw for themselves how terrifyingly powerful these pets were. David, Sienna, don't count on Beelzebub and Raymond. Under normal circumstances, they're just trash. Woof, woof. Beelzebub barked to display his dissatisfaction. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes at Beelzebub for his reaction. But they're more sensitive towards danger. If they realize there's imminent danger, turn around and run. Do not hesitate. Chen Zhao kicked Beelzebub. When this is over, I'll reward you. If you ruin it, I'll fry you alive. Hearing Sienna's description, Chen Zhao had already realized that the current situation was entirely different from the last few times. The first time, although there were a lot of horrifying enemies, Blackie was with him. Blackie was truly an evil spirit buster, after all. It did not even matter how many evil spirits there were. The second time was in the Reflection Demon's ward. While the Reflection Demon was indeed strong, Beelzebub and Raymond could also use some of their real powers. Moreover, Chen Zhao's gluttony bloodline was activated and he devoured the Reflection Demon's projection directly. This time, however, Beelzebub and Raymond were of little use. Carrie was suppressed, and would also not be able to unleash her full power. Walter was even worse, being only able to use brute force. The team was at a severe disadvantage against the ghoul. Therefore, in the end, Chen Zhao could only hope that angelic crystals would be effective. Otherwise, Chen Zhao could only take out all his demonic ritual implements and summon a demon army. Nonetheless, he still wished that the situation would not be that bad. A demon army would look really stylish, but he would become broke afterwards. Chapter 150 Another Problem. Chapter 150 Another Problem. Chen, won't you leave one behind to protect yourself? I have one, but you can't see it. An evil spirit? No, I'll be able to see it if it's an evil spirit. Sienna looked at Chen Zhao in confusion. The thing you said? Is it beside you? Yeah. Really? Is it some really small animal? And that's why I can't see it? No, he's right here and he's not small at all. Then why can't I see it? That's not my fault. Sienna was very caught up on the thing protecting Chen Zhao that she couldn't see. Reality had already proved that Chen Zhao really was more powerful than him, but Sienna still wanted to compete with him at times. However, she always took a blow. Many times, she even suspected that witchcraft really was weaker than Asian magic, and that was why there was such a big difference between them. One night passed. David hugged Beelzebub while speaking. According to him, this was to cultivate a relationship. He didn't care if Beelzebub wanted it or not. He wanted to cry and just bite David. The next day, Beelzebub was dragged out by an excited David. Chen Zhao was also woken up by Ethan's call. Ethan sounded depressed. Usually, they would banter a little while calling. Today, Ethan only told him to come over and then hung up. After washing up, Chen Zhao went straight to Ethan's motel. When he got there, he saw Ethan and Caprice sitting at the front desk. They weren't arguing at all. Technically, they would never be able to exist peacefully. Hi Ethan, Caprice. Did you eat breakfast yet? They both looked up and stared coldly at Chen Zhao. He got goosebumps from those eyes. He hadn't pissed them out, right? What's wrong? Did I do something? Philip Quinn was released from jail. Caprice said. Who's that? Chen Zhao was utterly confused. And what did it matter to him that someone was released from jail? He didn't know any Philip Quinn. It's that old motherfucker I had you treat in jail, Caprice said. Oh, I remember. It's that old pervert with a whole lot of crimes, right? But what does this have to do with me? I remember you said that he won't be freed if no problems were found in his physical exam. Yes, but he bribed practically everyone. He was obviously much healthier after taking your medicine, but he's still able to be treated outside. This means that he received both freedom and health. Caprice's features twisted. She looked like a furious lioness. Her lowered voice was like a low growl. It seemed like angry fire would shoot out of her eyes at any moment. Hearing her words, Chen Zhao felt very uncomfortable. This meant that he'd healed an asshole that should have gone to hell, relieving him of pain. I was following your request, Chen Zhao refuted. I didn't know this would happen. How long will the effect of your medication last? A long time, Chen Zhao said, depressed. Unless anything unexpected happens, he'll be healthy for a very long time. How can you do that? Caprice pointed an angry finger at him. You told me that you wanted him to stay longer in prison. Chen Zhao shot back. Okay, enough. Ethan stood up. You two stop caring about this. I'll take care of it. Ethan, where are you going? There was something off about Ethan. Seeing him walk out alone, Chen Zhao immediately grabbed onto him. But when he grabbed the corner of Ethan's shirt, he realized there was a gun stuck in the pocket. Ethan, what are you doing? Kill that bastard, Ethan said coldly. Why? What is he to you? You guys have something? Chen Zhao felt like the separated couple both had a hatred deep to the bone for Philip Quinn. Ethan looked at him. Robio had a little sister, but she died when she was 2 years old. Chen Zhao's face darkened. He remembered that Caprice had told him that Philip's crime included raping 2 young girls. One of them had died. Ethan, if you trust me, hand this to me, all right? Please don't get too worked up. Chen Zhao looked at Ethan seriously, holding on to his shoulder. Trust me, please. No, this has nothing to do with you, Ethan said seriously. Even if it is related to you, you have no duty to help me. This is my own problem. Trust me, I can make him wish he's dead without needing to take any legal responsibility. Chen Zhao clenched his fist and almost punched Morgari right away. Wait for a few days. Let me finish my task first, Chen Zhao said. Is this so important to you? Yes. I have a suggestion, Morgari said. What? Intercept him on the road. Of course, you have to know his itinerary first. Is there a way I can get that? This. Morgari made a hand signal to indicate that Chen Zhao had to pay. How much? 300,000. I can arrange a few people to do the job, but I can't promise that it'll succeed. Chen Zhao twitched his lips. 300,000. It hurts. Can it be cheaper? Morgari shook his head. I only gave you this price because we're old friends. I'm not taking any money for myself. I need to cause blockages in a few roads so that your target travels a specific path. All these need a lot of money. Give me your account number. I'll transfer the money to you. Let me tell you first, I'm only in charge of blocking the roads. As for what you want to do next, it's all up to you. Alright, but I hope that I can settle this ASAP. Can you get Philip Quinn's itinerary for these few days? Chen Zhao shook his head. No. I can help you get it, but you need to pay me too. How much? I'll tell you the total sum after it's over. Just tell me how much it'll roughly be first. 300,000 is the most expensive one. Since you're willing to pay that much, would you even care about tens of thousands of dollars? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded, his face filled with pain. Don't speak as if 10,000 is a small amount, okay? Just then, Chen Zhao received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hi Chen, are you free? Do you forget my voice already? I'm Diana Billis. Remember? I'm in a car now. It's too noisy, so I didn't recognize your voice. Sorry. What's up? I feel unwell. Can you come here? How are you unwell? Chen Zhao really did not want to go. Just unwell. I don't know where either. You promised me that I can call you whenever I need something. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. I didn't say that I'm not going. After all, Diana had a psychological trauma previously. Chen Zhao did not dare to reject her directly. Chen Zhao was in a terrible fix at the moment. He felt as if he had encountered all possible issues in a single day. After he hung up, he asked Marbury to drive him to UCLA. Chen, I'll contact those people for you first. Wait for my call. Great. I'll go first. See you? Chen Zhao easily found Diana's room and knocked on the door. Diana, are you inside? Chapter 152 Keep It In. Chapter 152 Keep It In. Chen, the door isn't locked. You can come in. Chen Zhao pushed the door open and saw Diana Billis lazing in bed in sexy lingerie. She rested her chin on her hand and bit her finger. Chen, come over. Chen Zhao massaged his temples. Diana, if you... Call me Bridget. Okay, Bridget. I don't think you can exercise yet. She'd had abortion a few days ago and lost a lot of blood yesterday. Her old injuries might resurface without 1 or 2 weeks of recovery. However, Diana reached out and grabbed Chen Zhao. Chen, I can help you. Chen Zhao was almost losing control. Diana's body radiated with the aura of youth. Her smooth skin and full breasts made Chen Zhao's pants tighten. Chen, keeping it in is too much work. It's no good for the body either. Diana already had her hands on Chen Zhao's belt and was helping him undo it. She pulled Chen Zhao onto the bed, flipped over, and was under him. Chen Zhao woke up with a start and patted Diana. No, your health condition really isn't suitable. Fine. Then lay here with me? The door opened. Evely walked in. Seeing Chen Zhao and Diana snuggling under the covers, she froze but quickly recovered. Can you two lock the doors next time you guys do it? Evely glared at Chen Zhao. And you're a doctor. Don't you know that Diana can't do intense exercise right now? Evely, we didn't do anything, Diana said. Did you eat yet? Evely asked while organizing her stuff. Chen Zhao patted Diana's perky butt. Get up. Let's eat together. Okay, let me change. I'll go wait for you outside, Chen Zhao said. No need. You've already seen my entire body. I'll wait for you two downstairs. However, it never took only a few minutes for a woman to get out of bed and out the door. I'll wait for you downstairs. I'll be ready really fast, I swear. Diana also realized that she made Chen Zhao wait too long. She quickly put on eyeliner, some concealer, and went out while holding Chen Zhao's arm. A tall black man walked over from across the hallway. He was close to 9 feet tall and had an overbearing manner. Hi, Bridget. He walked over and tried to slap Chen Zhao away. Where you going? Want to go together? But Chen Zhao grabbed the man's wrist. Don't you see that Bridget is with me? Yellow. The next moment, Chen Zhao's foot was at his stomach, and he flew back. Chen Zhao's kick didn't seem to cause too much damage. The man stood back up. Motherfucker, I'm gonna stuff your head in your ass. Tiger, don't go overboard. Diana stood before Chen Zhao. She was worried Tiger would hurt Chen Zhao. This is between us men. Girl, get out of the way. Tiger yelled. Chen Zhao patted Diana's shoulder. Bridget, it's okay. Go to the side. But... Diana looked at the difference in size between Chen Zhao and Tiger. It was like a little lamb and a fierce tiger. It's okay. Trust me. Chen Zhao walked in front of Diana, standing face to Tiger. In all sorts of fighting competitions, the bigger one was, the bigger the advantage. That was why many competitions had weight classes. It was totally unfair for a heavier guy fight a lighter guy. Of course, No one cared about fairness in a school fight. There weren't any rules either. Whoever flattened the other was the winner. Tiger roared and hurled a punch at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao ducked down. He dodged Tiger's attack and grabbed his arm at the same time. He threw Tiger over his shoulder, smashing onto the ground. Then he kicked Tiger's ribs. "Ah!" Tiger yelled out from pain. "Get up! Let's keep going." This was the first time Chen Zhao met a match after he started training. Tiger stood up unsteadily. His ribs were in pain, but he put on a fierce expression. Clearly, he wanted to erase the humiliation. He was a boxer too. But after that last beating, he realized that Chen Zhao wasn't weaker than him. He was good at fighting too. If they went with the way he fought in competitions, he would never be able to win. This was why he gave up on the typical methods. He charged toward Chen Zhao, opening his arms wide as if wanting to embrace the other. Chen Zhao also shot forward, crashing into Tiger's arms. Thud. Chen Zhao took 2 steps back. His head felt heavy but quickly recovered. On the other hand, Tiger let out a scream. He was thrown back, limbs in jumbled mess as if he'd been hit by a truck. Diana threw herself into Chen Zhao's arms and looked at him with worry. "Chen, are you okay?" Chen Zhao hugged her with one arm and dipped down to kiss her forehead. "I'm okay. Let's go. Chen, you're awesome." He was quite proud to be complimented by a woman. "I'm not awesome. He's just too weak." Tiger, lying on the ground, hadn't lost consciousness. He heard Chen Zhao and Diana's conversation clearly and did not feel good about it. Many students in the hallway witnessed this scene. No one would have guessed that Tiger, who was about to become a professional boxer, was actually beaten up by an Asian guy. Tiger was more than twice the size of Chen Zhao. He was more than 200 pounds and he trained and ate according to the standard for the heavyweight class. Professional organizations had their eyes on him too. He could become a professional after he graduated. No one expected that he would get beaten by an amateur in school. Chen Zhao and Diana walked out of the dorm building. When Evely saw them, she immediately came over to complain. "You two are way too slow. You didn't have sex while I was gone, right? Let's go. Where should we go eat? You take the lead since you're more familiar with this place. Are you treating?" "Of course." Chapter 153 Hostility. Chapter 153 Hostility. "Chen, you've learned professional boxing before?" "No, I just hired a fighting coach in a fitness center. I go there every day and train for an hour," Chen Zhao answered casually. "Then how did you beat Tiger up so badly?" Diana stared at Chen Zhao, rather surprised. "You beat Tiger up? That's impossible. Tiger's basically a professional boxer." Evely's face was filled with disbelief. "Why would you go and learn how to fight?" "I was beaten before." "Oh. I remember. It's when we met on the train and your face was bruised, right? I fell down that time." Chen Zhao really did not want to tell them that he had actually been beaten by a woman. "So can you now defeat the person who beat you up last time?" "The person who beat me up is my coach now." Macallan Bodhi received news that the Asian was in the university again. Therefore, he contacted Tiger right away and asked Tiger to find a reason to beat the Asian up. However, he waited for over half an hour and Tiger had still yet to return. He was already somewhat impatient. Just then, a student hurriedly ran towards him. "Bodhi, it's all gone wrong." "What's wrong?" "Tiger was beaten up. He's probably going to have to stay in bed for a month. He's supposed to have a professional competition half a month later, but now he's surely going to miss it." "What? Tiger's beaten up? How? Who can injure him?" "It's that Asian. Tiger asked me to inform you to compensate him $10,000, or he'll tell everyone that you asked him to beat an outsider up." "This is blackmailing," Macallan roared furiously. "Is it not embarrassing enough that he lost to an Asian? Tell him I'll never compensate him. If he dares to leak anything, he's going to be expelled too." While Macallan's family was quite wealthy, he was just a student. There was no way he could pay 10,000. Moreover, if it was really exposed, he would indeed be punished, but so would Tiger. As for the initiator of the problem, he was currently enjoying lunch with two ladies. Treed Pempton opened the door and saw Winry Gargamel outside. Treed frowned. "Winry, why are you here? Recently someone's been active in town. He seems to be investigating Depler's death." "The police?" "No. I've seen him enter and leave the house at the edge of the town," Winry said. "Is it that Asian? Do you know the people living in that house?" "Seen him once," Treed replied. "It should be because of Bant's son. They're friends, so Bant wanted that Asian to help in the investigation. Just nice. There seem to be 4 or 5 people in that house, and our sacrificial ritual only needs 3 more. Sacrifice them, and our wishes shall be fulfilled." "No," Treed rejected firmly. "Depler's death has already attracted the attention of the police. If that Asian and his friends all die, the police will certainly make a thorough investigation. We should stick to our original plan and continue to attract criminals here. If the people killed are criminals, the police will not investigate fully. As long as we can summon Besta, our wishes will be fulfilled. Merely a few police are anything but threatening. I'm different from you. You can give up everything, but I still have to live here," Treed said. "Hee." Winry gave out a series of peculiar laughter. "Since you don't dare to do it, I will. Even if something goes wrong, I can still hide in the mountain. The police can't do anything to me." Treed kept silent, but some gloom flashed across his eyes. Although he had been cooperating with Winry, he was very unhappy about her unilateral decisions. Winry was a truly lawless monster. In the past, she would only kill animals and take their blood. The police would not really interfere. However, if there were frequent murders of commoners, the police would surely start to investigate. Their plan was not perfect in the first place, even though perfect plans did not exist in this world anyway. If someone really dug deeper, their secrets might be exposed. Their original plan was to only find criminals. The police would think that it was resentment between gangs and not really investigate. However, if it involved commoners, the police would have to go further. "Winry, if you kill all of them, you'll attract too much attention. Just kill the person who's been investigating. This will warn them too." "Treed, do not tell me what to do." Winry turned her head and looked coldly at Treed. Treed stared back at Winry. None of them was willing to give in. "If we attract a large number of police before our plan is completed, can you even kill all of them?" Although Winry was powerful, she was indeed no longer a normal human. She would still not be able to kill everyone. The scenes in movies where a monster could kill tens or hundreds of people would not appear in reality. Winry had turned herself into a ghoul. She had an outstanding resistance towards physical attacks, but only those that affected a small area. For example, shooting her with a bullet would be completely ineffective, because as long as she was not disabled, she would still be able to move and attack freely. However, what if there were 100 bullets? If her limbs were entirely destroyed, or her body was blasted into pieces by a grenade, she would die too. Winry could ignore physical damage, because her body was already dead. Standing before Treed at the moment was nothing more than a mere corpse. Nevertheless, she still needed a vessel for her soul. If her body was shattered, her soul would have nowhere to go. Of course, Winry would still make a formidable evil spirit with powerful toxicology spells. Notwithstanding, she would not be able to kill dozens of people. In order to collect sacrificial souls as quickly as possible, she even needed Treed's help to burn down the winery, helping her to obtain the souls of 8 victims. Then, she still had to be extremely careful looking for other victims. "If he's the only one present when I find him, I'll only kill him." In the end, Winry still chose to compromise slightly, but she added, "However, if there's someone else, I'll show no mercy." Chapter 154 Captain. Chapter 154 Captain. After lunch, Zhao bid farewell to Diana and Evely. After leaving the school, Gaia called. Chen, I heard from Morgary that you want to go against someone. That bastard. He said he'll keep it a secret. Morgary didn't sell you out. He called me to ask if I know anyone, so I called you. What, you want some extra income? I don't do that, Gaia said. But I know some veterans. I don't plan on starting a war. I don't plan on having my friends join a war either. But they're good at things other than holding guns too. Gaia, you should know that what I'm doing is more dangerous than a war. I have to face a billionaire. My friends need money. They won't mind the danger if they're paid enough. Then what can they help me with? Do you have time? We can talk. Sure, I'll go to the gym to find you. After arranging that, Zhao hurried over to the gym. He hadn't come in a few days, but he'd told Gaia beforehand that he was quite busy. However, he was forced to make time today. Gaia was the coach for the army before. She was definitely more knowledgeable in this aspect than him. When Ola Miller saw Zhao, she led him into Gaia's office. Miller, close the door and don't let anyone in, Gaia ordered. Okay. Ola knew that they must have to talk about something important. After she left, the office's mood turned heavy. You need to face Philip Quinn, right? Why are you asking me if you already heard from Morgary? I need you to reply personally. Yes. What do you plan on doing to him? 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes of private time with him. What are you going to do to him in those 3 minutes? That's my own matter. I can introduce you to some people. They're experts in this field and can arrange everything for you, from the plan to action. What's the price? $100,000 for everything. Are they reliable? They're experts in this. They're definitely reliable. To what extent can they do it? If Morgary's men follow their orders, they'll ensure at least 80% chance for you to have 3 minutes alone with Philip. What if they fail? You still have to pay, Gaia answered. Hearing this, Zhao had a headache. However, he had no other choice. His mind was muddled and he had no clue where to start. If they fail, I only need to pay $50,000, Zhao said, training his eyes on Gaia. Okay. Gaia nodded, accepting the request. Someone will contact you later. Just as Zhao left the gym after their talk, his phone rang. It was a stranger. The voice on the other end of the call was raspy and deep. Hello, I'm Lloyd Word. You can call me Captain. Captain Lloyd Word? Is that your military title? Did Gaia introduce you? Yes, Gaia introduced me, but that's not my title. It's my nickname. So, Captain, you should know what I want, right? Let you be alone with Philip Quinn for 3 minutes, correct? Lloyd asked. Are you confident? Of course. I won't fool around with the lives of my men and I have a family. Should we meet? No need. Then how do we do it? Just wait for my alert. He sounded really professional, but Zhao wasn't confident in a partner that he'd never met before. While walking down the street, someone bumped into him. The man fell to the ground. I'm sorry. Zhao reached out to help him up. The man's hair was messy and had an unshaven face. He carried a few books and looked panicked. It's okay. The guy hurried away. Zhao saw a metallic coin on the ground and picked it up. It was twice the size of regular coins. It was a strange material too. It felt heavy, and he didn't know what kind of metal it was made out of. It also looked vintage. The carved design was strange too. The top side was like some animal's head, and the other side had a 6-point star. Hey, you dropped something! The guy was only a few feet away, but he pretended that he didn't hear. He kept walking forward without looking back. Zhao jogged over and grabbed the thin guy. Hey, this is yours, right? The man looked at the coin in Zhao's hands with hesitation. A beat later, he still took it. Thanks. With that, he turned and left. Zhao looked at him in confusion. A moment later, he seemed to see a shadow following the man. Chapter 155 Supernatural Event? Chapter 155 Supernatural Event? Feilai shook her head. No. At noon, I was patrolling along the coastline after lunch. Suddenly, I saw someone struggling in the sea. I charged towards the drowning man, but when I reached there, that person had disappeared. Maybe that person sank into the sea and was brought away by the waves? Chen Zhao asked. Feilai shook her head again. I thought so at the start as well. I reported it to Robio and carried out search and rescue, but I found no one. We also did not receive any reports of missing people. Did you see Romley? Actually, Chen Zhao was indeed an amateur spiritualist. He was unsure if Feilai was mistaken or really encountered a supernatural event. Among the coastlines in America that were open to tourists, over 1,000 people would go missing each year. Therefore, it was hard to say what really happened. Even Feilai probably did not know if there was actually a drowning man. Supernatural events were rare, after all, so Chen Zhao would prefer to believe that there was indeed a drowning man. Perhaps, nobody was drowning in the first place. It might well just have been a tourist surfing in Deepwater Zone. I've thought about that too, maybe the person was not drowning after all. However, during my break just now, I came across this. Feilai placed an old newspaper before Chen Zhao. What's this? Feilai pointed at a particular report on the newspaper. It's an accident on Angel Beach 5 years ago. The victim Kirk Ada's body has yet to be found. Chen Zhao saw the news, as well as a photo. When I was over 10 meters away from that person, I clearly saw the drowning man's face. He was Kirk Ada. Is there any other clearer evidence that it was a supernatural event? No. I'm not sure whether it's really supernatural. In any case, let Walter stay beside you. He's powerful enough to defeat normal evil spirits. Walter was already 50 kilograms now and his body was formidably huge. Most members of Coastal Rescue Team did not think that Walter was the same hero they had in the past. Also, call Sienna here. She's more professional. Perhaps she can tell. Soon, Sienna arrived. Chen, what a surprise. Ask Feilai about it. She seems to have encountered a supernatural event. I'm not sure if it really is, and whether she's in danger, so we asked you to come here. Feilai, tell me what happened. Feilai told Sienna every detail. After thinking, Sienna said, It's very likely that Feilai's encountered a supernatural event, but I'm not fully certain whether the evil spirit will harm her. I don't think Feilai can see evil spirits. If she really saw him, it means that the spirit was targeting her in particular. Under most circumstances, normal people can't see evil spirits, and evil spirits also can't let themselves be seen, but that's not always the case. One possibility is that the evil spirit is extremely powerful. He can choose whoever he wants to be seen by. There's another possibility which is not controllable, not even by the spirits themselves. They appear in this world only because he have some obsessions. They can sometimes be seen by others due to various unexpected reasons. Which of the two did Feilai encounter? I can't tell either. Feilai has given us too few clues. Can you find the evil spirit and cleanse or exorcise him? Can't find him without enough clues. Given that this coastline is so long, he might be anywhere along the coastline or in the sea nearby, Sienna said. Chen Zhao could not help to. His understanding of supernatural events was even less than Sienna's. This was why Chen Zhao had always been firmly stating that he was an amateur spiritualist. Chen Zhao would not flaunt his superiority in a field that he was not even good in. Sienna was more professional and Chen Zhao was happy to listen to her. Sienna, have you finished processing the white crystals that I gave you last night? I've already made some of them. Sienna opened her backpack and took out several bottles of liquids. Chen Zhao picked one up and asked, What's this? I've mixed the crystals you gave me with holy water to channel the sacredness in those crystals out. How do I use this? Pour it onto evil spirits? I've done my experiments. It's very effective against evil spirits, even better than magical phosphor. Moreover, one doesn't need magical power to use it. However, I don't think it's good against that old ghoul witch. What do we do then? I've asked someone to turn the remaining crystals into bullets. If we shoot her with the bullets, we can inflict severe damage to her soul. Sienna, do you still have any left? Give me one. Feili was still somewhat scared because of her encounter that day. Although she had not been attacked, nobody knew that evil spirit's plan. If Feili was attacked in sea, she could not even escape. No. Asked Chen. He should still have some. Zhao took out a walnut-sized angelic crystal. Use it to make a pendant and wear it. Beware that Walter doesn't like it. When you have it on, don't go near him. Indeed, Walter had long shied away from the angelic crystal. In the afternoon, Zhao returned home with Feili. On the other hand, Sienna left alone because she still had things to settle. By the time Zhao and Feili returned, David was already back. Chen, Feili, why did you come back together? David, how's your investigation in town? I discovered that almost everyone here hates Winry Gargamel, and she also never communicates with the people in town. Therefore, when I asked about her, all the residents enthusiastically offered me various clues. David paused and then continued. That old witch has a very bad name in town. One time, a resident discovered that countless pets which were thought to be missing were buried in her backyard. She's even prosecuted in court for this. However, because she's already old and couldn't go to jail, she ended up only paying a fine. Because of this, everyone in town started to hate her. Also, since that incident, very few residents had pets. Has anyone been killed in the past? In the recent 10 years, there aren't any obvious accidental deaths. David replied. When do we act? Feili asked. We? You just stay at home with Walter. So I'm not involved? Feili said, somewhat bored. Why would you follow us? To watch the fun? Chapter 156 Action. Chapter 156 Action. Around 9 p.m., Sienna and Chris returned. Sienna came back with a huge pack. Seeing everyone in the living room, she tossed it onto the ground. I'm so tired. Chen, reimburse this. Zhao accepted Sienna's bill and felt a headache coming. $8,900? What kind of bill is this? Processing fee for special bullets. Zhao was in pain. He had to put in money to help people these days. The tens of thousands that he'd earned this past 3 months was emptied in 2 days. Sienna rummaged through the bag and took out some clips of bullets. David, try it with your gun. See if it works. I have a gun too. Feili jogged to her room and came out with a gun. And Chris happened to have a gun too. Zhao was speechless. You all have guns? Is it strange? My gun can use these clips too. Mine too. Chris aimed everywhere with her gun. Don't point it at me. You can kill someone. Zhao hurriedly dodged the muzzle. These bullets were made from angelic crystals. They were mainly used against supernatural beings, but they could hurt humans too. Feili, you and Chris partner up. Don't run around. Everyone looked at Zhao. Are we going now? Wait, Zhao said. Just a bit more. Wait for what? The time isn't right. This should be the best timing, Sienna said in confusion. It's 4 hours until midnight. The old witch will become much stronger between 12 and 1 a.m. My helper isn't here yet, Zhao said. Helper? You have a helper? It's the thing that you can't see. Isn't he always beside you? No. He has his own activity time. They couldn't understand. They thought that the thing protecting Zhao was like his pet. He should be beside Zhao at any time. They couldn't comprehend his answer. Blackie hadn't come back yet. Zhao had to wait for him to act together. Blackie couldn't deal with Winry when she was in the ghoul state, but if he destroyed Winry's ghoul body, then he could attack the evil spirit. Thankfully, Blackie didn't make them wait too long. He came back after half an hour. Okay, my helper is here, Zhao said. We can set off. You mean that the thing is beside us now? Sienna looked around curiously. Unfortunately, she couldn't see or feel anything. Yes. Can you tell him to let us see? I'm afraid not. Chen Zhao shook his head. Blackie still couldn't appear before people, but Chen Zhao remembered that Ethan had seen him through the rearview mirror when they'd driven back from looking for Blackie. Chen Zhao couldn't figure out why Ethan was able to see him. Blackie didn't understand why a regular guy saw him either. However, that accident only happened once. It never happened again when Blackie rode in Ethan's car. Beelzebub, Raymond, Walter, and Carrie were left at home to protect Chris and Phelan. They couldn't protect themselves and could be a burden to take around. It also wasn't safe for them to stay home alone, so the little demons had to stay with them. David and Sienna came to Winry's house. The building was like a witch's home from a movie, a sharp point in the night sky. Even though it was night, a crow was still on the roof, cawing hoarsely. David gulped. His grip tightened subconsciously around his gun. This place doesn't feel right. You and Chen are spiritualists, but the place you live doesn't have this feeling. Sienna didn't feel comfortable either. Stay sharp and follow our plan. I know. David followed behind Sienna as she knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened. A stooped figure stood inside the door. The lights weren't on, so the surroundings weren't clear. However, a rotten smell flooded out of the house. Sienna stepped back in disgust. The figure took a step forward instead. Little girl, Winry said in her strange voice. You smell like magic. Sienna's eyebrow arched. She immediately threw a bottle at Winry. The liquid inside shimmered as if it was fluorescent. Winry grabbed the bottle easily. TSK, holy water? Little girl, who's your teacher? Don't you know that holy water is meaningless to a fellow witch like me? The bottle exploded and the liquid splashed onto her right arm. Pain seized her. Winry's entire arm started wilting with a shocking speed. This isn't holy water. I will kill you all! David whipped his gun out and fired at Winry. The witch flashed and dodged the bullet with surprising speed. She slammed into David's chest. It felt like he'd been hit by a car and he flew out. Sienna threw 2 more bottles of holy water. Winry didn't try to catch them again and retreated quickly instead. Just as she attacked Sienna, there was a gunshot. David had fired again from the ground. A bullet hit Winry's left thigh. She practically lost feeling in that leg. She jumped and disappeared within the deep and dark door. David, you all right? He stood up with difficulty. I'm okay. Did the old witch escape? I don't know. Let's go in and look. Winry's house had no electrical appliances or even light. Thankfully, David prepared a flashlight, but this was the old witch's lair, so they didn't dare have any mishaps. They nudged forward cautiously. Suddenly, Sienna seemed to kick something. David, move the light here. There's something under my feet. A body! It's a body! Under the flashlight, the two finally saw a dried corpse clearly. Crash. David bumped into a shelf and something shattered. What did you break? Blood! It's all blood, oh God! David's feet were covered in blood. The house was instantly filled with a bloody scent. Chapter 157 Voice Recorder Pen. Chapter 157 Voice Recorder Pen. Knock, knock. When Treed Pempton opened the front door, he saw Chen Zhao outside. Mr. Chen, what a surprise! Treed was rather startled that Chen Zhao actually visited him at this hour. Mr. Treed, I want to talk to you. About what? Treed looked at Chen Zhao, puzzled. I received a document on the winery's accounts, Chen Zhao said, smiling, as he took out a thumb drive. What do you want? Why don't we have a chat inside? Come in. Some gloom flashed across Treed's eyes. Chen Zhao took a look inside Treed's house, after which he sat on a chair right away. Mr. Treed, your home looks really simple. Where did you spend your money? Rumors outside claim that your winery had been in a bad state, but I know you're richer than what most people think. I don't understand. Deppler gave me this thumb drive, Chen Zhao said, waving the thumb drive in his hand. Do you know Deppler? To be precise, Depler left it with me as a deposit. He showed me the information inside, so I lent him 5,000. He said that if he couldn't return the money, the thumb drive would be mine. Also, he told me an interesting piece of information. You burned down your own winery. Ha! Treed laughed. Mr. Chen, he is but a small gangster. I don't care if he's telling the truth. Just say how much you want. 10 million. Mr. Chen, I thought that you're a good kid. Do you know what you're doing? You're blackmailing. Whatever you like to call it. Anyway, if you don't give me 10 million, I'll publicize the information in this thumb drive. By then, everyone will know that you have enough money to pay the victims' families, but you chose to hide your wealth. You'll face more than just the victims' relatives questioning. Your reputation will be ruined. Chen Zhao had a gentle smile on his face. Apart from that, I also suspect that you killed Depler. Crash. Suddenly, the window broke without warning and someone jumped into the house. Winry? Why would you? What? What's this? Chen Zhao stared at the unrecognizable face of Winry in horror. I need blood. Winry's face was filled with bloodlust. Although she looked like she was in a bad shape, she was still extremely dangerous. I don't want money anymore. I don't want money anymore. Mr. Chen, it's too late to regret now. Treed's face was occupied by a cruel smile. You can now go and accompany Depler. You really killed Depler? Mr. Treed, I promise I wouldn't tell anything to anyone. Please let me go. Please. I wouldn't trouble you anymore. It's too late. You know what? Depler only wanted 5,000 from me, and I killed him. And you wanted 10 million. You're much greedier than Depler. Treed looked at Winry. Winry, he's yours. Bam! Winry leaped towards Chen Zhao but was sent flying away by him with a single punch. Chen Zhao felt as if he had just punched an iron plate. You! Treed was clearly astonished. He knew well how strong Winry was. However, could she not even withstand a single punch from Chen Zhao? Mr. Treed, thank you for your confession. Chen Zhao smiled brightly. In fact, he was not holding a thumb drive, but rather a voice recorder pen. He had merely placed a thumb drive casing outside the voice recorder. What do you mean? You've already confessed that you did kill Depler. Aren't you here to blackmail me? Do you wish to be blackmailed instead? Chen Zhao smiled. Treed stared at Chen Zhao with a gloomy look. But are you sure that you can walk out of this place alive? If you think that old witch can stop me, you'll be very much disappointed. A fierce look blasted out from Winry's eyes. Although she was severely injured at the moment, she was still dangerous. Looks like you knew Winry's true identity long ago. A perverted old witch. Then how about mine? Yours? Chen Zhao was somewhat stunned. Just then, Treed slowly stood straight. His originally humpbacked body gradually straightened and became bigger. You! Bewilderment was written all over Chen Zhao's face. I'm delighted to see the fear on your face. You're not human? You're a demon? I am human, at least most of me is. Treed's body was still growing. Very soon, he reached 3 meters in height. Treed glanced at his sturdy limbs. Demonic bloodline only occupies a small part of me. Right. I still have something to do at home. I'm leaving first. Bye. At the instant Chen Zhao turned around, he felt an air current from behind. Suddenly, Chen Zhao took out an angelic crystal and threw it towards the incoming Treed. Treed obviously did not recognize the angelic crystal, so he did not dodge at all. When the angelic crystal landed on Treed's body, it blasted into a beam of light. Chen Zhao smelled a burnt smell. Half of Treed's body was enveloped in the white light. The light came and vanished quickly, and soon, only the half-dead Treed was left on the floor. His left shoulder was complete burnt, and his flesh and skin were all crumpled. Smoke was even coming off from his body. Winry watched as Treed collapsed onto the floor. Suddenly, she dashed beside him, grabbed him, and then charged out of the window. Although one of Winry's legs was almost totally disabled, she was still as fast as a wolf. She was carrying Treed, but her speed was not quite affected. You wanna run now? No way! Chen Zhao immediately began to chase. Winry was indeed very fast, but Chen Zhao was not slow either. After all, Chen Zhao had consumed Superman potion before, and his body was way stronger than normal humans. As the two parties raced against each other, they slowly entered the depth of the mountain. Chen Zhao realized that Winry was running towards the gate of hell. What's she doing? Is she going to open the gate of hell? Chen Zhao did not think so. She had yet to collect enough sacrificial souls. However, Chen Zhao had to chase them. If they did not die here, they would recover and one day find him again for revenge. Even if they did not choose revenge, they could still complete the sacrifice and open the gate of hell, which would lead to a massacre. Chapter 158 Never-Ending Calls. Chapter 158 Never-Ending Calls. The two chased after one another in the forest. Winry was like a wild beast. They had similar speeds, but Winry was able to slip through the trees more easily, so the gap started widening. However, Chen Zhao knew where Winry was going, so he wasn't worried about losing her as long as the direction is right. After all, Winry and Treed would definitely stop at the gate of hell. Winry obviously wanted to lose Chen Zhao, but it wasn't possible. Her state was getting worse. She was carrying someone and her limbs were heavily injured. Her energy went down faster than Chen Zhao. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Huff, huff. Chen, what are you doing? You're out of breath. It was Diana. I'm doing a night jog. Chen Zhao was exhausted. He was very fit, but this journey wasn't short at all and he was sprinting. Are you holding a girl right now? No, should I take a picture for you? Yeah, take a picture. Chen Zhao was speechless. He could only take a selfie so Diana would believe him. Chen, it's so dark. Where are you running? A mountain. Oh, I know. You're doing some special training. That's why you're so awesome. Okay, I'll talk to you after I'm done running. Fine, bye. Oh, actually, I know I'm not your girlfriend, so I won't mind even if you get in bed with someone else. Never believe any woman who says this. Even though Chen Zhao and Zherlin had promised to be fuck buddies, he still couldn't talk about other girls in front of her. This was basic respect for his female companion. If they couldn't satisfy each other romantically, it was the least to not affect the other's feelings. Hanging up on Diana, Chen Zhao's second call came. It was Captain Lloyd. Hearing Chen Zhao's panting, he asked, Mr. Chen, am I disturbing you? No, I'm running. Get to the point. I learned that Philip Quinn will go out in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. I also found the route he'll take. You're okay, right? Huff, no problem. Okay, then it's set. Have a good night. Hanging up, Chen Zhao muttered, Fuck! It was the middle of the night, and he was chasing a 100-something-year-old witch. How great could it be? He wondered if Chen Zhao's friends all agreed to call him tonight. As soon as he hung up, another call came in. It was Dell. Don't tell me that you're messing with your dick again. Chen Zhao sighed. If you're calling me because of your dick, then I'm gonna go there and cut it off. Chen, why are you so angry? I wanted to thank you for all your help these days, so I'm holding a party next week. I want to invite you. Tell me next week. Are you having sex? You're panting so loudly. Chen Zhao didn't want to waste time with Dell, so he hung up. But then another call came. Without even looking, Chen Zhao yelled, I'm not having sex. I'm running, okay? Chen, it's me, right? Huff, huff, right, why are you calling me? Sorry, I'm not yelling at you. Are you busy? I'm running. Chen Zhao reiterated. Whoosh, Chen Zhao moved a pile of grass aside and lunged forward. Okay, Chen, I heard from Ethan that you want to punish Philip Quinn. Ethan told you? Caprice. Right, I promise I'll make that asshole regret being born. I swear. Can I help you? No, just make sure Ethan doesn't do anything stupid before I carry out my plan. I'm part of this too. You can't exclude Ethan and I. Right, can you make atomic bombs? I'm a medical student. Okay, so just wait for good news, alright? Fine. Chen, don't work too hard. Take care of yourself. Right, obviously didn't believe Chen Zhao's explanation. I'm seriously running at night. Whatever you do is fine. Just be careful. Goodbye. Chen Zhao felt that half of his energy was wasted on bullshitting with his friends. He felt tired physically and mentally. If this continued, his heart would explode. But the calls came like a torrent. Another one came. Chen, are you? Leonardo, if you asked me if I'm having sex, I'm blocking you. I was going to remind you that my birthday party is in 2 days. You can come, right? Yes, bye. Chen, take care of your health. Chen Zhao was about to go crazy, but then he realized that Lloyd's plan was taking place in 2 days too. However, Lloyd had planned for the afternoon.